Sexiest man alive on Stephen Colbert last night, John Krasinski.
Wow. All right.
Stunned when he found out that he had been named People's 2024 Sexiest Man Alive, reacting with what he described as a blackout moment. I believe we have a clip of him on the show talking to Colbert about this.
Without further ado, Joe, a drum roll, please. This year's People's Sexiest Man Alive is John Krasinski.
So that's the announcement. He talks.
Okay, we have a clip of that case?
Yep.
Not over
yeah,
here.
yeah,
Wait,
no, it's right here. Hang on a second.
Here we go.
Hey there, my future sexies. It's me, certified sexiest man alive, John Krasinski.
Certified?
I love this guy. He's great, man. So he reacted with, like he said, a blackout moment. He said just immediate blackout, actually. Zero thoughts. He added that that's not how I wake up thinking, is this the day that I'll be asked to be the sexiest man alive? And his wife, actress Emily Blunt, was thrilled by the news, with Krasinski sharing that she even teased about wallpapering their home with his magazine cover. He said, my children will love that. It won't be weird at all. Though fans recognize him from The Office and his role as CIA agent in Jack Ryan and as director and star of A Quiet Place and this year's film If, Krasinski says he's happiest as a husband and father, enjoying quiet family life in Brooklyn with Blunt and their daughters. Reflecting on the relationship, he said it's that beautiful thing where when you're married to someone, you're constantly learning and changing and evolving. And despite the new title, he joked that his family life wouldn't change much, saying, I think it's going to make me doing my household chores. So after this comes out, she'll be like, all right, that means you're going to have to really earn it here at home. So they're going to put him to task.
It's very cool. The question of Ryan Gosling was brought up, and apparently he was made aware that he might have been a candidate for it, and he said he would prefer not to have that.
Ryan Gosling?
Ryan Gosling, yeah.
No
yeah.
kidding.
That's a rumor.
Okay.
Don't know if it's verified.
I could see him maybe
demurring from it.
being that way, but I thought for sure that it was going to be him.
Yeah.
So,
a lot of other people did too, apparently.
So they've kind of been going for good-looking guys that have a more everyman appeal to them.
Yeah.
You know, with Paul Rudd. And who was last year's? Was it Paul Rudd?
Just an average-looking guy like Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah.
No, but I mean...
I know you're talking about.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like more, I want to use the word approachable, but...
Less square-jawed,
Right.
Classic
Atypical.
model good looks, atypical.
It was from The Bear. It was...
Yeah, Patrick Dempsey.
Oh, that's right.
Patrick Dempsey. So he's considered,
But what did the guy from The Bear? He won
He
something.
He won something.
You're
he
right.
was the
he did.
sexiest something.
You know what? They had different genres, didn't they?
Categories.
Yeah,
That might have been it. Yeah.
Yep. So,
What's his name, the guy from
I
The Bear?
always forget.
Jeremy Allen White.
Yeah.
Jeremy what?
Jeremy Allen White, and he won Sexiest TV Star.
Okay.
So there's Sexiest Athlete and a whole bunch of others.
Yeah. So that's cool. And just John's a likable guy. So I'm very happy for him.
Yep.
Speaking of sexiest and other categories, Benny Blanco has received an honorable mention in the issue of People magazine, and his biggest fan, girlfriend Selena Gomez, is proudly gushing over him on social media. She said, not only do you love me unconditionally, you always get me my Taco Bell Mexican pizza.
And she said, not only do you, but you're also giving me Mexican pizza.
She does need to open her mouth a little bit more. She posted about him in an Instagram story over a photo of Blanco from his photo shoot for People in the magazine. The music producer shares a bit about what he does to make their relationship special and keep Gomez head over heels for him. He said, I still go all out for every date. It doesn't mean spending your entire bank account. It means being attentive and listening.
I pound her like a cheap steak.
And he's also known for his culinary skills and advises others to try cooking for their partners because even if they're terrible at it, their partners will appreciate it. Blanco shares other tips for boosting sex appeal, like making first dates experiences, dressing with confidence, and making self-care a priority. He said one thing he doesn't do, which is shower daily. He said, I know, Ken.
Oh, that ain't going to work.
He said, I'm really clean, but I don't shower every day. He admits, adding that he doesn't feel like he has to because, quote, the oils on your skin don't have time to rejuvenate and get juicy.
That's cute. No, you
Are
don't.
you liking that?
If you smell, you should probably shower.
Do we know
Yeah.
who this guy is? I'm looking at his profile picture.
yeah,
He wasn't in yesterday, was he?
I don't think so, but
Okay.
I don't know Casey. I know him because of the TV show Dave with Lil Dicky. He and Dave Bird, who's from our area, are like best friends, and he's a music producer. I mean, he freely admits that he is won the lottery by dating Selena Gomez, and I've seen a few interviews with him, and people are like, "How the hell did you land this?" And he laughs about it. And he's like, "I don't know. He just seems to like me." He's a really likable, really approachable, down to earth kind of a dude.
American?
Yeah, and he's.
Okay.
I think he's funny as hell. I really enjoy him a lot.
He got honorable mention, people's sexiest
Yes, he
man
did.
alive,
And
so.
he a lot of commercial jingle work, too, as well. Has he done a lot of that as well?
Yeah, and a lot of producing.
Yeah.
John Mulaney recently shared that his wife, Olivia Munn, staged a mini intervention to support him in his addiction recovery journey. The comedian who battled addiction to drugs like Klonopin and Xanax spoke to GQ about his ongoing recovery and the support that he's received from Munn, who was 6 months pregnant at the time. He said, there was a time when I would have told you that I could not fly, sleep, or perform unless I had Klonopin. Reflecting on his journey, he described an insane night when he thought that he might die from his substance use, only to find himself repeating the same behavior days later. So to help him keep on track, Munn suggested conducting random drug tests, which Mulaney found empowering rather than invasive. He said, it's like a relief. I like to be able to not even have that be a question in her or anyone else's mind. Something about peeing in that cup is like I'm walking this walk, and it gives me confidence. So it's interesting.
Yeah. It's funny because we talk about you can't judge a book by its cover, and even he talks about the fact that he seemed like just a button-down kind of guy, and the last kind of person you figure would be dealing with this sort of substance abuse. But yeah, he was hardcore.
Their relationship, which began in 2021, has been a source of stability for Mulaney, who called Munn incredible for her unwavering support. And the couple now shares 2 young children, further deepening Mulaney's commitment to sobriety and family. So
Are there home
doing well.
kits? Yeah.
Dude, you can get at the dollar store. They have I mean it's
Urine testing kits?
urine testing kits for marijuana only. They also have
Okay.
pregnancy tests as well. So
All right.
Yep.
before you, I don't even know how much. I think pregnancy tests are probably a little expensive.
Right.
So if you want to just do a quick little dollar test.
But I wonder, so he's testing for a few different things.
Yes,
you
like
know,
a lot of
Right.
taking drugs, taking pills and whatnot. So I wonder if they send out for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that
They
might be like a
send it off
Cologuard.
to a lab or something.
Right.
So I don't know.
Crap in this box.
Both Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce's homes in the Kansas City area were burglarized last month. TMZ got their hands on documents from the Cass County Sheriff's Office saying that a call came in around midnight on October 6th at Mahomes' home. Sources then shared with the outlet that Kelce's house was broken into just hours later on October 7th.
This happens a lot when you're a professional athlete and you're out of
And they
town,
know you're
and they
out of
know
town.
you're out of town.
Yeah.
They can see where you are. I'm surprised a lot of these athletes haven't gotten pay someone to stay at the house.
So the Chiefs played the Saints at Arrowhead Stadium Monday, October 7th, and the police report says that his home was broken into around 7:33 p.m., which was shortly after kickoff. It's unclear what, if anything, was taken at Mahomes' home, but $20,000 in cash was taken at Kelce's house.
Jeez.
His back door was also reportly damaged as well.
How much in cash?
$20,000.
In cash.
You don't
Yeah.
keep
Sounds
20
about
grand at your house, Nick?
No.
I do by the front door, just in case you know.
I mean,
If we ever go away and don't worry.
well,
We don't have that in
like
our
if you
house.
want to tip the pizza guy.
in this day and age, you need 20 grand in cash.
Dude, that's like us having $20 in our
Yeah.
I
wallet.
suppose. I just
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems odd to me that anyone at any point would ever carry that much cash around.
Before last season, I think it was on Amazon. They no, it was Netflix. They did a docuseries called QB,
Right.
And they followed 4 quarterbacks throughout the season, and they were following Mahomes as this house was being built. It was pretty wild.
It's pretty spectacular. We're looking at an aerial shot of it.
Nick, it's like if he needs like a quick pair of like,
You're right.
10 grand sneakers. or something.
Richard Belzer used to do a bit about Paul McCartney, about how much money he's making. He goes, have you seen $1 million? I had $1 million in my pocket. Have you seen it?
The sources think this was part of a larger crime spree happening in the area. Taylor Swift was in Kansas City at the game. Their security teams didn't play around after the break-in, and both Kelsey and Swift stayed at a hotel that night of the burglary.
I think what they do, get some of those Boston Dynamics Kildroids to patrol the perimeter.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think that
Hope
might
it's
deter.
dogs. Yes.
So I didn't see this coming, but actor Ben Foster has filed for divorce from actress Laura Prepon after 6 years of marriage.
I'm very sad about this. I like them together as a couple.
Foster cited irreconcilable differences in the filing as the reason behind their separation. He stated that the two were no longer able to live together successfully as husband and wife. They listed the date of
What about as a comedy team?
separation as September 9th of 2023 and asked the court to enforce their 2018 prenuptial agreement and make an equitable division of their marital assets and debt. They have 2 kids together, by the way. So
She a Scientologist?
she is a Scientologist, yeah. So that's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah.
Like, where does that come into?
Is he an SP?
Yeah.
I don't know. He might be an SP.
Oh,
A
boy.
suppressive person, for all we know. Who knows? Bachelor in Paradise Season 2 star Ashley Iconetti's 4-month-old son Hayden was taken to the ER after he screamed and cried for an hour. Obviously, a baby can't communicate what's wrong, so after she rushed him to the hospital, the diagnosis was surprising. It was a thread from Hayden's sock that had wrapped around his toe.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Making him uncomfortable.
So this happened to Jace with a hair.
Yeah.
And
Really?
they said had he not been brought in, they would have had to have amputated his toe.
It can cut off circulation. So this is
Listen, that was the excuse, but I just found out my father was on Bachelor in Paradise.
this is something that can happen. After getting him home, minus the thread, Iconetti posted some motherly advice. She said, as a mom, I know this is one of the things to check before bringing your kid to the ER, and I forgot. So this is a reminder. If your kid's insanely fussy, check their toes and their little ding-dong if it's a boy.
Well, and you know what? They're when they're little, they have that like chubby baby fat, and
Right.
like you can't see it.
Right.
You know, like
there
they're
might
little,
be a thread.
I didn't even think of that.
Tight
Yeah.
around there, and in the fold of the
And you can't-
chubbiness, you
yeah.
may not see it.
It's like a bulldog's face, or
Yeah,
those
exactly.
folds.
Yep. Nick McElwain's good friend Will Forte.
Yes,
Says that
best
he-
friend, who should have been my
is
best friend, by
he?
the way. And I go to sleep every night just trembling over that.
He knows how long he has left in this world and how he's going to go out as well. In the latest episode of Rachel Dratch's podcast, Forte explained that he was messing around with a Ouija board as a teenager and it was nailing some pretty private information. Finally, Forte had asked the board how and when he would die. He said, I found out that I was going to die at the age of 73 by stabbing.
Wow,
Okay.
that's kind of grim.
He said, I've got 19 years left. And he's not totally convinced, but he says that it does occasionally cross his mind, adding, when I'm 72, when I'm nearing the end, do I start looking into Kevlar, full body Kevlar suits or something? So he's curious.
You might be inviting it by that. I mean, it's like,
Making
this
it,
guy's always wearing Kevlar.
willing it into a possibility. Did you ever have I had a picked age when I assumed when I was in my 20s.
Yeah, you always said that, right?
Yeah, it was 44. I thought I'd die at 44.
I got 72.
And that, not that I was like, oh my God, the clock is ticking, but I'm like, for some reason I have that in my mind. And now everything else is gravy.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you win.
There's a very funny video of Will Forte. It's been making the rounds the last couple of days. It's him and Weird Al Yankovic singing "Hot to Go" by Chappell Rowan, and it's hilarious. Sudeikis puts on this charity event every year that's called Thunder Gong, and so Will Forte has come and he sung at it a few times. And this year is him and Weird Al, and they did a cover of Chappell Rowan. It's really really funny.
What's found its way into my algorithm a few times over the last month is him dancing in the locker room.
Oh yeah, with Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Is it yes?
where he's trying to get his team all hyped up because he's the coach.
Yes.
And this song comes on
Preston. SNL. And so Peyton Manning was the host that week, and Hader is laughing in the background, and
they can't control it. Preston, it is it's from the Casino Royale movie, but it is Burt Bacharach. So it's one of those kind of really orchestral kind of jazzy kind of things, and he's flailing about. The cast cannot keep it together. It's hilarious.
Got to see that. Have to see it. Denzel Washington said back in August that there were not that many movies left for him in his career, but we found out yesterday that Black Panther 3 is going to be one of them. He was speaking to Australia's Today while on the press tour for Gladiator 2 and revealed that director Ryan Coogler is writing him a role in the third Black Panther film. And add that to a new Steve McQueen project he's working on and a film adaptation of Shakespeare's Othello. We have a pretty good idea of how the twilight of Denzel's career is shaping up.
So now I'm interested in Black Panther 3. The second one was okay, I thought. Yeah, it was,
Yeah, I thought they did too.
It was too much.
It was too much backstory stuff.
Yeah. But whenever he's attached to something, I'm in.
Yeah. He said, I'm playing Hannibal. After that, I've been talking to Steve McQueen about a film. After that, Ryan Coogler is writing a part for me in the next Black Panther. And after that, I'm going to do the film Othello. After that, I am going to do King Lear, and after that, I am going to retire.
Do we want a fourth Equalizer? Where we?
I'll take a fourth and a fifth and a sixth.
I love them.
Yeah.
They're so good.
I love them.
Yeah.
Trying to remember. You could do it again, but he is, he's reaching that Liam Neeson age at which
I've got no skills left.
The full action
just called. How you doing? I wanted to let you know. Do what you want because I have no skills left.
It's hard to buy, but man, I do love those Equalizer movies.
And he's
All
so
three
good.
of them.
He lives. My favorite of the lot is the second one.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yellowstone.
Here we go.
Although I do think your report from yesterday, I think for people that love the show, it's too soon. I don't think you should report
I'm not going to reveal.
Okay.
I'm not going to reveal
do it.
what happens. No, don't do it.
Right.
So with viewers tuning in to see what they call in this story the Yellowstone Endgame, the return of the hit series set ratings records for the franchise. Over multiple airings Sunday night, including 2 8-network simulcasts, a showing on CBS, and 3 additional repeats on Paramount Network and CMT early Monday morning.
Jesus.
The first episode of Season 5B brought in 16.4 million viewers, which is the largest first-night audience in the show's history. So they showed it on all different kinds of formats.
It's a blitzkrieg.
Yeah.
So thumbs up or thumbs down on that episode, Kathy?
So I actually didn't watch the full episode. I didn't get through it. I started to fall asleep, and I didn't want to miss it. So, but so far, yeah, it's great. I mean, and even what they did with Kevin Costner's character, you're like, get at what? And then it kind of like falls.
They explain?
They
All
explain.
right.
It falls into place, and you're like, okay, now I'm a little, I'm okay with, what they did. But it's a shame, that. I mean, he is gone.
What happened? Hey, where did you end up watching it? Like, what platform?
Hulu Live.
Okay, you were able to find it there.
Yeah,
Okay.
not on the regular Hulu app. Yep, app. You have to have Hulu Live.
I almost sent you a picture last night, Kathy, because I was scrolling through Amazon Prime, and it's available for purchase there.
I know. I did see that, but I knew I could watch it somewhere, so I didn't want to purchase it because I have tons of streaming. So it has to be somewhere.
Yeah.
But wait, real quick. But this is the end, right? They're not doing a season 6?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and then there's all those spinoffs, and so I don't know what
And
else
then
they're going to do.
there are new ones. They have the 2 current spinoffs, and they're adding another one to it.
But
that involves a family of meerkats.
And I will say, just watching it, and I was disappointed that Kevin Costner is no longer in it, but they're still doing it. It's still so
It still
good.
works. All right.
Yeah, it
Thumbs
still
up for
works.
you.
And they're gonna focus on Beth and Rip. And those are the 2 that they should. And it's just it's still really good.
People love the show, man. They do.
There are 5 more episodes left for the series each Sunday night through December 15th, by the way. All right, here's your connection to White Lotus story I was going to share. So the long-awaited 4th movie in the Bridget Jones franchise now has a trailer. Bridget Jones, mad about the boy, brings back Renee Zellweger as she navigates single life as a middle-aged widow and mother Two men enter her life. A younger man, a guy named Leo Woodall. So he was in the second season of White Lotus.
Okay.
Do you remember the young English, really good-looking guy with the blue eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
That's him. Okay.
And as well as her son's science teacher, played by Chiwetel Ejiofor. Hugh Grant and Emma Thompson return, with Isla Fisher joining the cast. That movie premieres on Peacock on February 13th. I watched the trailer. It looks cute. It looks really good.
So he is like a love interest for her?
Yeah.
Yeah, because she is a widow.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
He's
young.
He is.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. It's a May, December kind of thing.
We're in a world of
I know,
young men and older women.
You've got
having
your own
flames.
cigarette now, Virginia Slims, Preston.
Yeah, you've come a long
Come
way,
a long way,
baby.
baby. I'm a sucker for these movies.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I only saw the first one, I didn't see the second one. Was it any good?
Yeah. I thought the first one's the best, I think.
Yeah. All right, so what else I have here for you? Ronan Farrow's new HBO documentary called Surveilled investigates spying through cell phones via software developed by an Israeli cyber intelligence firm called Pegasus. The spyware is capable of, quote, taking full control of cell phones without the owner's knowledge, and long billed as a tool purchased by governments to fight terrorism, is now appearing on the phones of activists, journalists, politicians, and ordinary people. It's a pretty scary-looking documentary. According to a release, the documentary airs November 20th on HBO.
Yeah.
So
if you don't think they can do it, they can do it and are doing it.
Yeah. All right, and then one last story before we move over to the clips, by the way. Daytime is getting its first new soap opera in a quarter century. Beyond the Gates will debut on CBS on Monday, February 24th.
All right. What's the plot conceit?
2 to 3 p.m. is when it will air. Episodes will also be available on Paramount Plus. Per CBS's logline, the soap takes place in a leafy Maryland suburb just outside of Washington, D.C., and one of the most affluent African-American counties in the United States. The Duprees are at the center of the community and are a powerful and prestigious multi-generational family.
So it's kind of like Dynasty meets The West Wing?
Yeah, maybe. Well, yeah. I'm curious as to, it says a powerful and
Meets
prestigious.
Bloodsport.
So there's got to be some political tie-ins outside of Washington, D.C., but a daytime soap opera. Wow.
I'm down with that. You know what? I remember years ago, I mean, we all watched a couple of soap operas.
Yeah.
You know, when they try this sort of unique sort of stunt thing, Dark Shadows was a soap opera for years. Yeah.
That was absolutely very successful, too. All right, we're ready to roll these clips for you. This season's Golden Bachelorette is Joan Vassos, a lively 61-year-old widow scouring for love. And in this clip, Joan talks about the contestants that she has turned away.
I got to have little conversations with the guys, and so many of them are in relationships right now. I am so shocked, and I'm so excited for them. Apparently they got over me really fast.
The finale of The Golden Bachelorette airs tonight. Wow.
Tonight, hot damn.
On ABC at 8 p.m. Here's our next clip. Taking place in the light of the 1980s Satanic Panic, the horror comedy series Hysteria stars a metal band of high school students who coined themselves as Satanists in hope to gain traction. And here, Anna Camp talks about the intense research and environmental curation that she did to capture the era.
It was just such a vibrant time to be living in, and like the height of teenage angst and rebellion. So it was just a fun world to get, like, that's why I love acting, is I get to go and do research on worlds that I never really would have before.
Oh, shut up, woman.
Hysteria is streaming now on Peacock, if you want to see
There's
that.
so many shows that are potentially on deck, shall we say, for me to watch.
That's one of them. I got it because that was my era. I've got to set that aside now. I've made a note to myself to make sure I check that out when I get a chance. All right, and that is the entertainment report for you this morning. Got a few things going on today. We have a concert, an event announcement, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Going to get to that around Bizarre File time?
Yeah.
Or next? Or
I was
going to
say next.
All right, well, let's do that because we are quite busy. So we've got coming up, and we have our buddy Jeff Walton who's stopping by to talk about the Fill a Trunk event to support Camp Out for Hunger. That is a big deal. We're going to go live on Fox Good Day today. We have Lou Diamond Phillips joining us this morning, as well as our good friend, Mr. Tom Papa. So we have several people to talk to and lots to get into. So we'll take a quick break and come back in a moment, and we'll make that announcement when we return. We think you'll find it interesting. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Verbalize the feeling that I have inside when I see like lame Eagles chants and people making up their own lame Eagles fight songs and lame quote unquote pep rallies.
As you were,
like forced pep rallies.
Forced pep rallies.
Forced
Okay.
pep rallies. All right, here's one. Yeah, and these I love the outfit and I love the zeal for it.
Can you describe it, please, for those who are listening to the radio?
So it is an older couple. Married couple that has made up, and they're dancing. They're wearing Eagles gear. She's got a cool little Eagles tinsel wig on, and Steve,
Yeah.
I know you love
I'm
tinsel.
a huge fan of tinsel.
Right.
And they're making up their own Eagles song.
So you hate this elderly couple because they've made up their own Eagles song?
I think it's a lame song.
So what? They're having fun.
You know what? And you're right. They are having fun.
Here, Marissa, pull the audio. She heard us talking about this in the break, so she pulled up the audio. I haven't heard this. I've just seen this video footage that we're watching right now. So here we go. This is them, and their Casey says lame Eagles fight song.
Fly all the way up. Fly all the way up. Fly all the way up.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Eagles, do your thing. We need a Super Bowl ring. Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Get behind this, right?
Fly all the way up.
I agree with you, Kathy. Yes, they're having fun.
E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles.
I love it. I love the genuine zeal, the energy. What you don't know is that this woman is an Army veteran
Oh, yes, right?
who donates her time on the. No, I don't know what the story is. They're having a great time.
Yes.
I was trying to run a CSI diagnosis or analysis of, I think, what these are clearly long time Eagles fans.
They're really happy.
Really entrenched in it. Are you more pissed off about what you perceive to be bandwagon jumpers? Okay, then I'm at a loss.
I just don't. Why do you have to make this a lame song? We have a good song.
But they're not.
Because they're having fun. They're a couple. They're having
you know
fun.
what,
It's their
Kathy?
own
I'm
home.
with you. I am
Listen, they're
totally
not
with
out
you.
performing it somewhere.
Fly all the way up. Well, yes, they are.
They're
And
in
now
their
it's
house.
on my Twitter feed.
Let me
I have
ask
no
you
control.
something.
Don't
In
watch
defense,
it.
and Kathy, I know you're going to back me up on this. What do Eagles do?
They fly all the way up.
Exactly.
And then they also swoop down and
Wait,
listen,
I love
you
his
know.
participation. Where there's like one time where he's like,
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I don't think they're trying to rewrite the Eagles fight song. They're just having some fun.
Listen, and I know because I bought the stinking dog mask. And anybody that wants to criticize the dog mask craze, I say, shut up. We're just having fun. You know what I mean?
You're contradicting
I'm
yourself
totally
here.
contradicting myself.
He's admitting
Yes.
the hypocrisy here.
Yeah.
So you're saying on a completely visceral level,
Yes.
and you don't understand it.
Right.
Is it all just based on the fact that you think this song sucks?
Yeah, I think.
When I think it's brilliant?
Well, all right. So I think I'm mad about the song because it was presented to me, and I believe it was presented to me on Twitter. Like, dude, this is great.
What do you mean? It was posted.
No, yeah, but it was somebody sent it to me.
Oh.
So somebody added me, and they're
Great
like,
as in-
"This is great," and I was expecting it to be like this awesome song, and then I click on it, I'm like, "Oh,
That's not their fault. It's
No.
the person who sent it to you.
I think what they meant by
Yeah.
this is great is look at this older couple having fun. That's
Yeah.
probably what it means.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
way up."
Did you see?
Fly all the way up.
I love that.
Fly
I mean,
all the way up.
Yeah.
Come on, Eagles,
wanna
do
hear
your
his.
thing. We need a Super Bowl ring. Fly all the way up.
yeah. Yeah.
That's it. Wait, it's not even a whole yet.
It's like this.
Well,
It's like, yeah.
I'm on camera too.
it almost sounds like a someone from Maine. Out. Out.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah. Can we have some goddamn dinner now?
We should try and start a new chant. I think this one is
S-E-A-G. No, not Seagull?
no, not seagulls. No, fly all the way up.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Hang on. We have the actual.
Fly all
You've
the
come
way
around
up.
on this, haven't you?
We have the.
Fly all the way up.
I think we have the song that that inspired the
Come
whole thing.
on, Eagles, do your thing. We need a Super Bowl ring.
Wait, here's
Fly all the way up.
best part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. It's just. I've been with this woman for 33 years, and every day is a living hell.
Here we go.
Shorty, what you want? I got what you need. I'm all the way up. 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 All the way up. Nothing
I hear his part now.
I'm all the way up.
All right, so that's what it came from.
I hear his part now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
What? Is the dinner ready? Yeah. They're an adorable couple. They're having a blast. Yeah.
Well, I think that is the guy filming. The guy in the background, I don't think
Doesn't
he
ever
does
say anything.
I don't think he does
He
anything.
is dancing.
He is dancing, yes.
Yeah.
He's got some moves.
Is this song done now? Did we win the Super Bowl? Yeah.
Have you seen these tattoos that people will get of waveforms?
Of what now?
And you can use an app on your phone that reads the waveform and actually plays your tattoo. A gal got a tattoo, a waveform tattoo of the last voicemail that her grandmother sent her, left her before she died.
That's freaking wild.
And it was like, hey, honey, just want to call and say hi. All right, I'll talk to you later, something like that. And so she took the digital waveform, which any digital audio equipment, you visually see a waveform, and they managed to tattoo it. Here's a video of it up here on the monitor here, Steve. And they tattoo it on their skin, and then you hold this app up to it, and it reads it and plays it. How?
In their voice?
In their voice.
Shut.
Because the waveform is precise to the to the
tonal quality of the voice,
and it's amazing. Now, my question is how long is that going to last? That tattoo is eventually going to bleed a little bit in the size.
Hi, sweetie, I just called you.
But
now I regret getting that tattoo.
But it's pretty amazing.
Probably should have watched my weight.
Yeah.
Hi, sweetie, it's Grandma talking.
There's stretch mark forms in the middle of it.
Yeah, put it in a spot that's not, put it like on your gut or anything.
Yeah, something that's not going to expand or contract over time.
Isn't that cool?
That is cool. Talk about a tattoo that has some meaning.
Yeah.
And that can be converted to the audio is very cool. Even still, just a visual representation of your loved one's voice.
I just don't understand how that works, how it's their actual voice and not, do you know what I mean? Like,
because the waveform is now it may be what happens is, I don't know the specifics. In the perfect scenario, the waveform represents exactly all the tonal aspects of what it's representing. However, maybe what it does is the app plays it back through a stored recording that matches that waveform.
Let's find out. I'm looking it up right now.
Because it almost seems.
Where are my cookies?
Yeah, it almost seems impossible. And yeah, you want them. You want the waveform to sit in their best.
Right? Yeah.
I have to piss.
It's great hearing him again.
You don't want me dead. Okay, you can have my money, you blood-sucking bastards.
I also like to look at animated feature film because
Yes.
we watch a lot of animated movies in my house. The Boss Baby. Nick, you liked that, didn't you?
I did. Yeah.
I saw it. It's funny. It's funny for adults.
Yeah.
The Breadwinner.
Oh, is that one of those lame ones?
And from Czechoslovakia, the breadwinner.
I didn't know you spoke Czech.
They show a clip or something. You don't even know what it is.
It's the Czech Republic now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or the cashier's
But
Czech
Steve's
Republic.
right. This is a headstrong young girl from Afghanistan. She disguises herself as a boy and blah, blah, blah.
All right, the Breadwinner.
Because she wants to learn and then go to school and go to college and have a life. Shut up.
Okay.
Kathy, Coco's on here.
Yay, that was so good. I loved it.
That was so good.
I like two chickens to Coco, please.
Is that really how I Yes.
It's Coco. I think you need the photosensitive screening.
It's fine. I hate myself.
I like Coco.
So Coco's on there.
It was very good.
Ferdinand, which none of us have seen.
It's
have
John
we?
Cena doing the voice of the Ferdinand the Bull.
I would like to see that. And then Loving Vincent. That's got to be another one of those, right? Yep.
From Romania, Loving Vincent.
It's about Vincent Van Gogh?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like a great cartoon.
Boring. Yeah. Maybe one of the guys from The Bachelor would be there.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love you. I cut my ear off.
Saoirse Ronan's in that too.
He has a talking cat.
I love it.
Oh, this is rotoscoped. So the process of rotoscoping is taking live film and coloring it in.
Oh.
It's not even animation. Shut up.
All right, stop me on a category that you care about. All right, foreign language film, film editing, production design, costume design.
Ooh.
She's back.
Ooh.
I say Coco.
All right, here we go. Beauty and the Beast.
You know what?
They had great outfits in there.
I was a sucker for that. But did you see it?
I didn't see it. No,
Kathy,
I didn't see it.
I was not, I wouldn't say I was resisting it, but I'm like, how are they going to improve on the original French version?
Right.
And then the animated version. They did a great job.
All right, so this is a costume design. Darkest Hour, Phantom Thread, L, why does it have an L there? It's The Shape of Water.
The Shape of Elvis.
No, it was L, The Shape of Water.
Okay.
And Victoria and Abdul. I don't know that one.
That's the Queen Victoria
Yeah.
goes to like
Right.
Iran or something.
Okay. Makeup and hairstyling.
Nah.
Original score.
Yes, yes.
And,
Michael Giacchino.
Michael Giacchino has anything on here. I don't know.
He did Coco.
Is-
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Preston and Steve Show in Philadelphia, Kathy Romano. The world of animation is the one.
3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So we have an announcement to make. This is an early announcement on this, but I'm glad we're getting ahead of it because we're very excited to present this event once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be taking place Thursday, December 19th. It is a return of the Preston and Steve Christmas Miracle! All right, and we want you to save the date on this. All right, December 19th, we are headed back to, it was our first time doing this last year, and we're heading back again to the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
Yes, loved it.
It was I think it was one of the most fun events that we've ever been a part of as far as a live broadcast goes. We just had a ball. Everybody was in a great mood. We had fun. We had live music. We had great prizes to give away.
In the theater.
Women with stickers of our faces on their boobs.
I still have her
It was
in my phone.
beautiful. So we're headed back there again, and we'll be broadcasting live yet again with great prizes all morning long. And we'll start giving away invites on the air and online next week, but you can also win your way in at a Miller Lite pre-party because this is our Miller Lite Ugly Sweater edition of the Christmas Miracle, and there's prizes to come along with that. So you can go to WMMR.com. There's a list of pre-parties and more information there. And if you do happen to win a seat, you will be eligible to be called up to compete for big prizes, and everyone in attendance will be a part of the audience prize drawings as well. We try to make sure that everybody leaves with something from that particular day, and we will try to do that again. We're looking at video as we speak of the girl whipping out her bibbies with our. I still have the stickers from her boobs in the Sharts and Crafts section of my office.
It was so much fun.
I looped that, and on Christmas, I sent that to everyone.
Oh, that's fantastic. All right, so once again, we're headed to the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Again, the date is Thursday, December 19th. Go to WMMR.com and look for the Miller Lite pre-parties and your chance to win tickets to this event. It is a ticketed event, so we're excited.
It was magical. And being backstage, Preston, both you and I go, point over in the corner. There's the blob. There's a blob sitting back there.
Yeah, they have a giant, it's made from like a plastic or resin or something like that. This huge blob for Blobfest.
It's the best. What means Christmas more than the blob?
Yeah, you know what? We should bring the blob out.
Yeah, direct.
Little hat on it, little Christmas hat or something. Maybe we'll be able to.
I love that theater.
I do too.
I've seen a bunch of movies there over the years, and we were talking not that long ago about the Audrey, the movie with the
Little Shop of Horrors.
Thank you. And they had a screening of it there, and so that was where Andrea and her friend went to go see it and saw the alternate ending. But they do classic movies there at the Colonial Theater all the time, and it's just it's a cool space. It's fun to do this event.
It's an old theater, man.
Yeah.
Like you can smell it when you walk in. You can feel the how old the material is. It's just that cool classic feel to it.
And I love the proximity to the listeners. They're right there. There's no big gap. Everyone's right on top of each other, and which is wonderful when you're hanging out with your friends for an event like this.
So we'll have, and we changed the format last year, Christmas Miracle, to do a variety of different games, and some of them are games that we play regularly here on the show. We don't do games that often on the program, but when we do them, we have a great time. So we put them all together and we did a variety of them. And I thought that worked out wonderful. So we'll do it again this year, and we're hoping that you will be a part of it. So go to the website for information. Excuse me. Something I wanted to chat about. This was actually brought to my attention by Chuck, and I think that I fall into this category, and maybe a lot of us do. Our buddy Zach, who works here at the radio station, he's our imaging guy. So all of the little production elements that you hear in between music and stuff like that, Zach produces these things. And he's a hard worker. And the thing about the imaging producers is that they spend a lot of time alone all day long recording in a studio by themselves.
Yes.
And they just crank this stuff out. And so they're always interesting people. We love Zach to death, and we've loved everybody, Steve Lushbaugh, who is our old image director, and all the people that we worked with throughout the years. But Chuck had noticed, now the thing about Zach is a big-time prog guy, prog metal. He's way into it. And anytime you go in to spend some time with Zach, who's been in there all day by himself, nobody to talk to.
Yeah.
He wants to talk about prog rock. And that's great. I love, my knowledge is minuscule compared to him.
He's encyclopedic.
Yeah, he knows all of the bands. I'm a big Rush fan. I love Yes, and that's kind of where my prog rock goes. But he's more into all the Dream Theater and the spin-offs and all those other bands. And Chuck said one day, he's like, Zach really needs someone to talk to about this stuff. He's he's searching for other people in his sphere to talk about these things. And it got us to thinking, I'm like, well, you know what? Yeah, I'm that way too.
Everyone has something.
And sometimes you don't have anyone to talk to, even your closest friends. Like you can have a best buddy who does not nerd out on the things that you nerd out on.
Right.
And you don't have your community to go to. So I'll kick off by using my example. And Casey gets the brunt of this because he's the only other person around here that swings a golf club. And I have loads of things to talk about when it comes to golf, and not necessarily about professional golfers and the sport of golf, but my game of golf and, technique and mechanics and all that stuff. I have two friends that I can talk to about that. My best friend, Steve, and my other best buddy, Jim.
Right.
But we don't see each other regularly. We don't talk every day. I see Casey every day.
Yeah.
So if I played a round of golf, I come in here and I start talking to him. And I usually lead into it with, I know you're not going to care about this, but you're the only person that I can talk to about it.
Well, that's the frame. Everyone goes through that. And so I have it.
I just want to vent.
I'll go into the thing that I love. And Preston, let me ask you. You just want to talk to someone about it. So
you just want to tell them about it.
You're getting it out, and then you look for their eyes, and you wait for them to roll white.
Yeah.
Because it's like, just hang with me a little more.
Yeah.
Because it's such a genuine thing, but it is so... It's not crushing. It's just like,
I know.
It's like, oh.
And I feel bad sometimes. So my son is on the autism spectrum, and he's really into gaming and some role playing games and things like that. Right. And he will start to tell me about them. and he can't pick up on my social cues that I'm done.
You're glazed over.
And it will go on and on and on. And I feel bad because I'm not investing enough genuine interest in it. You know what I mean?
And he's
not picking up on the fact
Listen,
that I'm done.
I've been in conversations with him, and he's like on a roll.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Way into
and
it.
so I've gotten into conversations with him about like superheroes and nemesises and stuff like that. And he goes, and we're like, okay, I thought we were, I thought this, but he's no, we're still
got another
going.
45 minutes of breaking this down for you. I know. I feel bad about it too.
I think we all sort of agree, like, no, he needs somebody to talk to about this, so I'm going to give him an audience, right? Like, I do that quite a bit. I'm like, I'm an audience for snowblowers. I'm an audience for roller coasters. You know what I mean? Like,
you're a recipient.
You're an audience for everything. Yeah. So I have one of my best friends, my oldest friends. I have to put this nicely. So I can't. There's like
she's annoying.
Oh, no. I don't know how to put it. So listen. Because it's something, Case, you will relate to this because I actually do it with you. But so I have little nieces and nephews, or even like when Jace was little and there was a cute picture or cute video or whatever. There's people that you send it to, right? Like you'd send to the grandparents, or like I'd send to my brothers or whatever. So outside of that like family circle, who do you send it to? And I have a few friends that like still love to see. Jace is grown now, but he plays hockey. Or again, I have nieces and nephews who are little and adorable. And I have a few friends that I'll still send like a photo or a video to. But one of my friends doesn't have that like, oh my God, they are so cute. You know what I mean? Like,
and they're not on the list.
So that topic of conversation, in person or through text or whatever, isn't had with her. I don't have that with her because she doesn't have
But
that.
you do have an outlet to talk to the others about.
I mean, I do. It's not like completely, but like
But you wish you
she's
could
my
talk-
best friend. I
I
talk to
hear
her
you.
about
Yeah.
everything. Do you know what I mean? But
and some of this stuff, which is like so important to you.
Right, exactly.
But like,
But I will do. But in this studio, not that I wouldn't show you guys, but I can show a picture of a baby or a video of my niece and nephew to Casey, and I know he will genuinely appreciate it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, probably because
So here's a perfect example. My wife, I love her to death, and she tries to entertain this stuff, and I'll come down if I've been working in my studio, or I'm recording something, or I'm trying a new piece of software, an HDMI cable, and I'll say, well, I understand this means nothing to you, but I just got this to work, and the handshake took place, and I can now remove background audio, blah, 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 blah. And she does her best.
Yeah.
But you just know she'd rather be jumping off the roof than listening to that.
My younger brother has had, and he's listening right now in New Hampshire, so I'm not talking smack or anything like that, but over the past, I would say, 5 to 10 years, he has had a massive lifestyle change, and that is specifically about health and nutrition and fitness and stuff like that. And I know when he talks to my older brother about this sort of stuff, he's like, I just need but this is his life. This is what is so important to him now. Like, it's literally his whole life.
It defines him in a way. And so, and it's not the obligation of people around you to entertain this stuff, but it's so great when you have that. And if it doesn't get tapped, it's almost the insignificant version of blue balls. It's like you can't, right?
Yes, you have no outlet.
Yeah, you have no outlet.
But I listened to it, and he's had an effect on my life and my lifestyle as a result.
I think the kid pictures and the kid bragging, and like that's a real fine line, because I would brag about my son all day long, but I don't want to bore people. I don't want to sound like a braggart. And but Kathy, like, it's interesting you say that about Casey, because I love looking at pictures of nieces and nephews and stuff. But I understand why some people don't. I understand why some people get bored by it, and they're like, well, I don't know who these people are.
But I wasn't saying that you wouldn't. I just know
that's what I heard, Kathy. I heard Nick is not good with this stuff.
I just know I can go to Casey and I'm always going to get like oh my God, they are adorable, which is like kind of what you want when you show it.
And almost no matter what. But so like if you were to show me a picture like Jace with a golf club or something like that, or playing drums, I'd react to
You'd be
that.
like, oh my God, I would come to you.
Then you would come to me.
Dude,
yes.
I was so psyched that Jay scored a goal the other day. I was like,
I didn't care at all.
He scored a goal in hockey. lucky. I
And
wasn't
Casey
there.
didn't care.
I didn't even care at all. I'm like, so
Yes,
what?
you did.
I'm going to go to some calls. First, let me get some texts here. This is good. This is perfect one. It says, I am a 43-year-old man, and I still cannot find anyone to nerd out with over Harry Potter. Not even my kids. See, I would be all over that.
Yeah, call me in Preston.
Yeah.
Let's hang out.
Yeah. But and you could say, hey, there are Reddit threads and things like that. And you can go on
Not
forums.
the same.
Not the same.
Not the same. To carry on a conversation with someone face to face and just see the elation of something you enjoy reflected back to you.
Here's another one that says, I love nerding out about the Preston and Steve show, but my girlfriend doesn't like to talk or listen to me about it. There was another one, Casey, you like this. This is from our buddy Cast Iron Kyle. He said, I have been suffering with zero cast iron skillet conversation for the past 10 years. It is the peak level of nerd dumb.
So he's hyper high concept.
Big time.
I mean, that is a corner of a room that you can't even get to, and he's living in that.
Yeah, that's beyond just cooking.
Yeah.
That's a subsection of cooking.
You know what sucks is like if you enjoy drinking alcohol, which I do, and then your close friends or your brothers, for example, stop drinking alcohol.
Yes.
I like this bottle of wine. I want to try this new champagne or whatever, and they're just completely out.
So, if you want to share, feel free. There's something that you love dearly, hobby, whatever it may be, and you have no one in your circle that you can actually have that conversations about.
Tap that vein.
I'm going to go to Kenny. Hi, Kenny. Good morning.
Hi, bitches.
Yeah.
I like the twist.
Nice riff. What's up, Kenny?
All right, so I race just a small local dirt racetrack in Boyertown called Grandview Speedway, and all of my friends are not into racing.
Wow.
So when I'm talking about like all the motors and the differentials and the steering components and the valving for the shocks, I start talking Chinese to them.
Yeah, how do they react when you start saying this? Do you immediately pick up on the visual cues of this isn't going anywhere?
Well, most of my friends are kind of good at giving me a little bit of time to talk their ear off. But, I mean, some of them you can just tell they're like, I don't give a rip.
Yeah.
Do you know what the deal is?
Yeah.
So, Kenny, what the deal is that you know it, and I'm sure you preface it by saying, as we all say, some version of, I know this won't mean anything to you.
Right.
But that shows how important it is for you to at least get it out to another human, that you're willing to take that absolute stone wall of a face you're going to get back. But I'm just going to say it. Please let me say this to your disinterested face. That's how important it is.
It's really nice, though. Like, if I ever get into a wreck or I do really well, they always reach out and go, oh, how are the races? And then I try to, I usually try to numb it down to, they were good or they were bad.
Right.
Like,
yes.
That's all they really need to hear.
Right. Yeah. No, Kenny, I know exactly what you're saying, because
fell off and
if I
was all broken and blah, blah, blah.
If I come back from, thank you for your call, by the way, Kenny. If I come back from a round of golf and Rochelle might say, how'd you play today? and I played well. And I dumb it down as opposed to saying, well, I put a little more weight on my left front, on my front foot, and I close my shoulders a tiny bit when I'm using my wedges, and therefore, as I follow through, I want to tell people.
I want to die so bad.
I know.
But I mean, and you know it. It's almost like.
But it made all the difference in the world.
You know what it's like, Preston? In that moment, you're a cat that just turned around and found a cucumber on the floor.
Yeah.
And when Rochelle's not responding, I wonder what Casey's up to. Maybe I give her a call.
Yeah.
I do, Steve. I get excited at your excitement when it comes to Halloween decorations or Christmas decorations,
yes.
and I can't relate to it as much. I mean, everybody loves those types of things, or most people do. But the way that you get excited about it makes me happy. So I get joy out of your joy.
I get that. Likewise, I get joy out of your joy for Pearl Jam.
Right.
And Dave Matthews Band. I love to see. I don't give a rat's ass about golf, but I love hearing Preston and the people that I care about reflect back to me what excites them about it. And then I can live tacitly through that.
Yeah. You can talk to me about your
I
decorations.
know. I would never send pictures of a decoration to Nick.
Just send them to me. It's fine. I want to see them. Yesterday, I got Nick, and I know you were interested, but I did have to stop myself. Nick and I were talking about Montauk. He brought up Montauk, and I know people don't. It's just another beach town to some people, but it's not.
Turn to me.
It's like heaven. So Nick asked me a question, and I couldn't. Nick, I could have gone on like for the rest of the morning if you wanted me to.
Jesus Christ!
It was a good 20 minutes.
Yeah,
but I learned a lot. You know, there was a whole bunch of stuff I didn't know about it, and so I learned about the town because of you.
When you have that thing that you have nobody to talk about, and then somebody mentions.
Oh, yeah.
So, for instance, my son plays a sport that nobody knows anything about. All right,
rugby.
So,
yeah.
But people know that he plays. So there are some people in the office. Like, yo, dude, I was a half scrum. I mean, because rugby, like you look at it and okay, here's a normal looking sport,
right?
But you have terms like scrum half and ruck, and you don't score touchdowns, you score tries, and you don't kick extra points, you have conversions. So you have this whole other like. Verbiage that so
and you have nobody to have those endorphins released. I know.
I got a text here. It says, I love ASMR, like Preston, but there's no one in my life who understands and can talk about it. I have one person, Angela Perfetto.
Oh, she's the same.
I will text her from time to time. I'm like, I'm at Kohl's and they're shuffling the hangers around, and it sounds so good. She's like, ooh, that's a good one. That's the only person
you should do is randomly text this person because we get their numbers when they text in, and like, you should just next time you're in Kohl's, text this guy.
Yes.
Hang on, let's go to Joe. Hi, Joe. Good morning, bud.
You're crying like a bitch.
Crying like a bitch. Mike Schmidt, what's up, man?
So my solo passion is pro wrestling. I have one friend who I text very infrequently about it, but anytime I watch it, like I want to just talk to somebody about it. Sometimes I'll bring my wife into the conversation and just go on about storylines and things I want to happen and things I think are going to happen. And her interest is not really in that unless she's at the event.
And she's the one you're in proximity to the most.
Yes.
So, but this is a perfect example, Joe, of the delineation. Yes, you could go on countless websites and engage in conversations. It's not what you need.
It's
you
someone
need to
you know.
look, to really connect with and share it. It's the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah. Joe says yes.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it, man. No, you're right. You got to find that person. Let me go to, here you go. I'll bet you this one is a community of people that need someone to talk to. Laura, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, so during lockdown, I started bird watching, and it has since become my entire personality. So
you got to talk to Kathy. She loves.
She needs an audience.
Totally. She has an Audubon book right here.
Oh, there you go. You should follow my very dedicated bird Instagram page. I'll message you. But so I'll message my friends, and I'll be in the backyard on a Saturday morning. I'm like, I just saw 2 red-winged blackbirds at the feeder, and but
nothing.
And you feel like you're screaming into a canyon.
Exactly.
You just want someone to respond and get the exhilaration you're getting.
Wait, what's your Instagram account?
Aberdeen, but bird, ABIRD.
Oh, clever.
All
right.
Federation.
Okay.
Federation.
We will check it out.
All right.
Please do.
And we'll try to build you some friends to talk to.
Laura needs a community. All right. Thank you, Laura. But I mean, here's the thing, though. That birding community is large. There's a lot of people. But it's just finding those people.
And also people that you, amongst the group you already have, right?
True. Yes.
It really
people
does
you
help.
already know.
Yeah.
It would be nice if they would be into what you're into to some level.
It's just a little bit more special.
I will go to Mindy next. Hi, Mindy. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. Mindy, what's up?
So I have a work husband that we have worked together for 30 years, and I would say the last 5 or 6 years he's gotten into DNA and genealogy.
Okay.
And we go to lunch 2 to 3 times a week, and he starts talking about his uncles, sisters, cousins, best friends, and he tells me stories about them and how he gets so excited when he finds a link to a lineage. And I just sit there like, oh my God, can we just talk about our coworkers?
Whatever happened to malicious gossip?
Does he understand that you have little to no interest in this?
He does, but he can't help himself.
He can't help
That's
himself.
it. That's it.
No.
So excited. kid, and I feel terrible, but he'll say, do you remember my cousin John on my mom's side? I'll say, yeah, I kind of do. And he'll start into a conversation. I'll be like, oh, my God, tell me, please.
So you're on the receiving end.
Yeah,
of it.
no, it's tough.
I hear you. All right. Thank you, Mindy.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yep. Nick?
So, Preston, you do something that my wife does, which is when you get into something, you really get into it. Like you did it with I think it's admirable.
Okay.
Like iFly and Krav Maga and now with golf or whatever. And when she gets a new hobby, it's all she talks about, but there's always a shelf life for it. And so at some point that'll cycle out, and then she'll get into something else, and then she'll talk about that a lot, which I find fascinating because I dabble with a whole bunch of stuff and am interested in many things in a sort of a more shallow way.
She locks and loads on one.
And Preston does the same thing. And when we were in Clearwater this year, Preston and Andrea sat down and they chatted about Dune. And I had no idea what they were talking about, but they were totally into it, and they could relate on it, which was cool.
And it was great.
Yes.
I had somebody to talk to about it.
And so did she.
Yeah, yeah.
It does mean a lot to have that. And it's funny the dynamic, though, that you go... You talk about reading body language, and you know, and as you said, Case, if someone makes the general inquiry, like, oh, Steve, how's that editing software? And I'm like, and someone's like, you kind of freeze in place and you go, is this it?
How much is he?
Oh my God, it's happening.
Are you the one? It's going to happen. I got to think of baseball because it's such a rush.
Here's a text that says, jiu-jitsu. Outsiders get bored so easily and think that you're crazy when you talk about it. So you can only talk to certain people who ask. And even then, they're sorry they asked.
And you feel it's almost like, a recovering addict looking at a crack file. And because I can't go down this road. And invariably you're standing there with the person like kind of looking at their watch and trying to, why did I get so hyped?
I will, my fashion sometimes has to do it. Like I wear some drummer shirts from time to time, and I'm like, maybe someone will say something today. Maybe they'll notice that this shirt I'm wearing is actually the sticking pattern of a paradiddle. They'll know.
And then we'll have a great conversation about just get a shirt that says, ask me about golf, goddammit.
Yeah, maybe I'll start wearing clothes that reflect my interests.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't ever really do that.
Fish!
Oh, never.
No, never. I mean, I'm not wearing a shirt that represents fish and the Eagles at the same time right now.
That's true.
Yeah.
Let me go to next on deck is Chris. Hi, Chris, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up,
So
Chris?
I build high-end RC cars and boats.
Wow. Okay. That's a very specific hobby. Yeah.
I have a car that'll do about 90 miles an hour and a boat that'll do 110.
Oh my God!
So you're real deal.
How big?
The 1/10 scale RC cars and boats, and then I do it as a hobby, and then I flip them. Like I'll sell them on eBay or Marketplace just because.
All right.
I'm done with it.
Is there anyone in your sphere that you can talk to about this stuff to the level that?
No.
Hell no. No, I hear you. So, Dr. Mike, my bestie, he's been so passionate about RC planes and jets that he flies, and it's something that I love seeing him enjoy. And now I have gotten excited by his excitement, and now I'm getting into it. So hopefully I can be that person that he can talk to. But I know it. It's like, there's no one.
Chris, for you, this is very niche what you do, but like just in our brief conversation, I'm intrigued. Like, how much can you get for an RC car?
So I flip them for the cost. Like the car that I just built, I have like $3,000 into it.
Wow.
It does like 90 miles an hour, and it's just a hobby. So as long as I can get my money out of it, I'm not looking to make
All right. So you're not looking to flip it for $6,000, but you won't sell it for less than what you've already invested into it.
Correct. Okay. And like Steve said, with the whole plane thing, I am so scared to get into planes because they crash.
Right,
they do crash.
You don't want to see your creation destroyed. I got it.
Exactly.
All right, Chris, well, keep searching. Find your people, okay, man?
They're out there.
Maybe I'll text Steve.
Yeah, you can do that. All right,
absolutely.
thanks. All right, I want to go to this one, Casey.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we got to take a break, right?
Yeah.
Damn it, but I need to know what this is. Let me go to Stacy. I've never heard of this thing before. Hi, Stacy. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Stacy. All right, what is this thing you're into you need people to talk to about?
Okay, so they're called zinkers.
Zinkers.
Yes, so they're these old monuments, like tombstones that were made between like the 1850s to the 1910s, and they were advertised as white bronze. So they're made out of this metal that contains zinc, and they have like a bluish tone to them.
So this is a tombstone, a grave marker.
Yes, and they make like statues and stuff too. But
And cenotaphs and things like that?
And you're into this?
yeah, it's like so random. Like I saw a TikTok on it, and I was like, ugh. I told my husband, and I was like, that's kind of cool. And then we drove through a cemetery near our house, and there were a bunch. And ever since then, I was hooked. I was like, oh, it's a zinker.
So what do you do? Do you go out to seeking them out in cemeteries?
Well, if we're like driving around and we're in like a rural area where it's like within like the time period that zinkers were produced, I'll be like, hey, Zach, hey, husband, can we like drive through? And then, if it's there, we look, but I wouldn't say we like seek them out, but it's fun.
It's something you enjoy, but he has zero interest, or is he helping you to fulfill your desire to find zinkers?
I wouldn't say he's interested.
Do you know any fellow zinkers?
I don't. So there's like a Facebook page, but kind of like what you were saying, I don't have anybody.
Yeah, it's not
You
the
need
same.
dialogue. You need actual verbal dialogue with someone.
I mean, does
Thank
he
you.
get special favors for going on zinc hunts with you?
You know what? Honestly, if you stop and think about it, the need for the 900 numbers, the porn numbers, what you need are those late night numbers. Are you into zinkers?
Yeah.
Give me a call.
All right. Thank you, Stacy. We wish you the best. By the way, people that are still on hold, Josh is into docking. You can't find anybody who's into docking.
Yeah.
Mike, disc golf, that's another very
Yeah.
specific thing.
Uh-huh.
And finding people within your sphere to talk to about has got to be difficult.
Wait, real quick, he said he stalked a guy at a gas station that he saw had a disc golf bag.
Yeah. Oh, man. And here, Nick is part of Team Turd Burglars at the Cardboard Classic. And he talks to people who don't get what the Cardboard Classic is all about. He's way into it. Sorry about that. Melanie quotes our show all the time, and nobody knows what she's talking about.
Love it.
Yeah, we need someone to talk to
Yes,
about our thing, our little thing, and it can make a big difference. And by the way, today, Marissa wanted to point this out, is World Kindness Day. So if someone comes up and starts talking to you about something that you have no interest in whatsoever, just be kind and listen to it for a little while.
Give it an extra 10 minutes to the zinker.
All right.
I don't give a
All right. Well, this is an interesting conversation. Thanks you for the calls. We've got tons of texts of people that are in this same boat. You just need somebody to talk to about your thing. We get it. We got to take a break, though. We're going to go live on Fox Good Day when we return, as well as get into the bizarre file. So stay with us. We'll be right back. All right. Here are the original score. Dunkirk. Lisa Marie Presley.
Wow.
Lisa Marie turns 50 years old.
That's right. It's little Lisa Marie.
Yeah, little.
It's okay. It's okay. She's 14.
Well, it was a different time.
It was a
back
different
then, yeah.
time, man, when you could date a 14-year-old and have sex with a monkey in the room.
Well, this is his daughter. This is the king's daughter, Lisa Marie, not Scylla.
Scylla, yeah.
So
I get them all confused.
I know. But she is, she's turning 50 years old today, so it's a big one for her.
Now, she was married to Michael Jackson and Randy Keough.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's Randy Keough?
I think
Danny-
that guy. Or,
Danny Keough.
Danny Keough.
Yeah, and then she was also married to Nicolas Cage, and then she was married to a guy named Michael Lockwood, and
It's a whole morass of stuff.
currently single.
She participated in probably one of the most awkward kisses ever televised, which was the MTV. And he said it wouldn't last. Look, I'm hetero.
It was so weird. It was so weird.
Look, I can kiss chicks. All right, here we go.
Let's just count down.
It took every bit of effort.
Your little boy, your little boy, your little boy.
Oh, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I did it.
Oh, Jesus. That's what's going through his head.
Your little boy, your little boy, your little boy, your little boy. Your little... I did it.
You donked it. Oh, my God. Oh, Lord.
They said it wouldn't last. In your face. I'm a little boy forever.
Has she ever said anything?
She says, she actually says it was a good relationship, like a regular relationship.
she?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's how he powers through.
Your little boy, your little boy.
All right, here you go. Your little boy, your little boy, your little boy, your little boy.
All right, Jesus.
It's like when we were eating the surströmming.
Yeah, you're like,
all right.
This is prime rib. This is prime rib.
Man, there's only one waterbed store in New Jersey. And they have, I'm looking up the pricing, but it's conveniently located near Route 1 and 287.
That's when you call it.
Yes, hello.
Okay. That's close to
Yes, hello. What? That's a pizza place. You got the wrong number.
Hang on, let me.
What message is it? Yes, hello. Can I help you? Yes, Blue Night. Yes, we have them, and we're open.
It's like.
Yes, hello.
I don't think I've ever heard you yell into that filtered microphone for. Go ahead, He's looking for it. Hang on a second.
Yes, hello. Yes, waterbeds. We have them. Waterbeds. Hello. You're the receiver.
Falling on the book.
Yes, hello.
Wait a minute. Do it with the receiver.
Here we go.
All right.
Yes, hello. Yes, waterbeds. We got them.
I don't know. That's got to be a lonely gig.
I grew up, where in St. Louis there was a place called the Waterbed Store, and it was they had several locations around the city and everything.
Yes, hello. Yeah, who is it? What? No, wrong number.
Damn it. They sell them on Amazon.
Please, Dan, please. Yes, we're open. You just say, I'll come to you.
Is this the Waterbed Store?
Don't even drive here. I'll come to you. Where are you?
Jim, I'm going to go to Jim, uses a waterbed still. Hey, Jim, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you? Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I own a waterbed. I use it every night.
Oh, no, we're talking about waterbeds, not waterbeds.
Different product.
Different product.
What
now,
is
Jim,
that?
how long have you had it?
20 years.
Yeah, Jim, is that you? You want to buy another one? Jim!
I actually had to buy another one about 3 years ago and had to order it from California.
Okay.
Jim, is that you? Jim!
He's the last waterbed owner.
Jim, is that you? Jim!
By the way, here's a text that says Jordan Woods is her best friend. How do you report on them all the time and not know this? I don't pay attention to
Yes, of
reports. Are you
course.
kidding me?
Yeah, this
I
is
just
all-
report this stuff.
Yeah, seriously.
Our goal is to not retain any of
At
this.
6:58, we have forgotten everything about the job.
Absolutely.
And that's the way it should
Well,
be.
Jordan Woods was never, ever spoken on this show.
What?
No, I don't know the name Jordan Woods either.
I'm sure at some time or another we'll probably
If I have, I think through therapy I was able to forget it.
But anyhow, as Kylie's baby news took over the internet, her mom, Chris, was whooping it up
Jesus Christ.
at Chrissy Teigen and John Legend's house.
Stop it.
And they were watching the Super Bowl. But it looks like... Hold on. It looks like Jenner may have had too much fun. Tegan shared a shot of a broken table on Snapchat explaining that Jenner crashed into it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Kris Jenner smashed into the table, apparently, and took it out while
Oh no, that's my favorite table.
That's while she was
It's
whooping,
Shelbyville, isn't it?
whooping it up. Our next guest is an accomplished writer and director. A couple little things you may have heard of before, like Loopers and Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
And you want me to play his case? There you go. Need a fanfare when we bring somebody on board. But he is here to promote the film Knives Out, which is star-studded, looks really, really cool. Please welcome writer and director Ryan Johnson.
Thank you.
Hey, Ryan, how are you?
I'm doing great, President. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, man. We're excited about this.
Tremendously.
We're fans of the murder mystery, the whodunits, and all that, and you just don't see them that often. And
this style, in the vein of Agatha Christie, and in the vein of 12 Little Indians, Murder on the Orient Express, the Hitchcock, that sort of stuff. And when they're done well, there's nothing like them. They just totally bring you in.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite genres, man. Like, I grew up reading Agatha Christie's books. I grew up reading like the movies based on them, and it's so much like everybody loves a good murder mystery, like a good whodunit, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And what also is one of the few that allows for great ensemble work.
Yes. Yeah. You got like a rogues gallery of suspects.
Yeah.
The idea with this movie was, let's do a star-studded cast. It's kind of like old school like that. Let's have it be so like everyone who pops up on screen, you're like, oh, it's that person.
Let me rattle off the names, okay, for those who may not be familiar. Christopher Plummer, Daniel Craig, Chris Evans, Jamie Lee Curtis, Michael Shannon, Toni Collette, Don Johnson, who's been doing some great stuff.
The Watchmen.
Yeah.
Frank Oz, even.
Yeah, we got Frank in there.
Awesome.
Christopher Plummer.
The
great Christopher Plummer.
The legend, yeah.
And it's exactly, also you get a chance to, with a cast like that, and Jamie Lee Curtis, I think, I remember when I first saw the original Murder on the Orient Express, and that actually got me reading Agatha Christie. You can high concept characters a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. They're just on the verge of caricature. You can really, and that's the thing with this. It's a fun movie, and the cast, all of these stars, they just showed up ready to play. They're having a blast,
I love Daniel Craig. And Chris Evans looks to be.
He's playing a jerk. He's playing a real jerk.
And savoring. Everyone seems to say Michael Shannon is super intense, and yet he gets to.
Oh, he's having fun. Daniel Craig. If you just know him from the Bond movies, you would think he's a really serious, intense guy. He is so much fun in real life. He's like a blast, and he's having a ball in this movie.
So what's it like? I would imagine you have scenes where everybody's in it at the same time.
Those were my favorite ones.
What's that got to be like? That where in between takes where these people are just kind of it's got to be fun.
It was a party, man.
Yeah.
And also, we shot in a house in Massachusetts. It's like in a murder mystery.
Yeah. So in a moment here, we're going to be, like I said, going live on Fox Good Day. Let me see what else. Sorry, I'm looking at a couple of other things. Sorority party. Do we have any more invites left, or are we done with that? It's tonight, so.
It is tonight, but we have a couple of other things that are going on.
Okay. How much time do we have, Marissa, before we go on Fox? About 2 minutes?
2 minutes?
Okay. Well, then we can do this. Are we announcing this, or are we giving this away?
We can do both, actually.
Okay, so Great American Smokeout's coming up.
Whoa.
Yes, it is.
And Dr. Rosenberg, will be joining us next Thursday, November 21st. And what we would like to do is give you a shot with Dr. Rosenberg here in our studio at Bala Cynwyd to help you quit smoking. He does the meditation techniques, and it's worked for loads of people.
Yes, it has.
Maybe you're one of those that qualifies and will respond well to it. So we will take caller number 13 at 215-263-WMMR. If you want to give up these cigarettes for good, call us now, and we'll invite you in here to the studio. For those who are interested but not selected, you can contact Dr. Rosenberg, mention Preston, and see if you can save $100 off the cost of your session as well. And you can go to his website, quititnow.com, by the way. And he does other things like weight loss, insomnia, stress, and so on, and help you out with all those issues you might have.
I've used him. He's great.
So call right now. Call number 13, 215-263-WMMR. We got about a minute left before we get to Fox Good Day. So a reminder, we just made an announcement, a save the date for our Christmas Miracle live broadcast. We're headed back to Phoenixville once again to the Colonial Theater. It's going to be on December 19th. And you need to go to WMMR.com soon because we're going to start doing these Miller Lite pre-parties that are going to be happening. And that's how you can win, not only by listening to the show, but you can go to these parties and win a passage to this or to tickets to the event. And this will be our second live broadcast from the Colonial. We were talking earlier about it this morning. We love this
It
place.
was great. So excited for the second swing at it.
And we're also doing the Ugly Sweater contest, so we'll make sure that all are represented for that for a chance to win some stuff. But everybody who comes will be having an opportunity to get up on stage and compete for big prizes, and we'll do some audience prizes as well. We're going live on Fox Good Day. I got nothing over here. Oh, of course. Are you kidding? I got nothing. Hi, guys. We can't hear you.
There we go.
Wait. We can hear you.
Hey.
Everything that wrong. How was that?
That's great.
Very good.
Uncanny.
You do you still play a lot of Black Sabbath?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that was Paranoid. So here's the thing. A new study from Prodigy found that heavy metal is considered the most intelligent genre in music.
Yeah, we saw this story. It was interesting, and we had a little discussion about it, and I can see some of it. I don't know if I don't know why they picked Black Sabbath as number one.
Yeah, I think what if you go broader, and we brought up the bands like Rush or Yes
Sure.
or songs, because the lyrics are very dense and are very complex, and it ending up in that type of music. That's what we thought.
Well, I thought the same thing because the first, the first stanza of Paranoid there, finished with my woman because she couldn't help me with my mind. People think I'm insane because I'm frowning all the time. Come on out.
It was beautiful.
Scary,
it was
man.
beautiful,
That's
man. Why weren't you in Sabbath?
I listen. If we're talking about Black Sabbath, they also in War Pigs rhyme the word masses with masses. So I mean, and there were two different words.
meanings.
I
Yes.
know,
Two
I
different
know,
meanings.
but still,
I got to get
Not everyone can do that.
Yeah.
Is that War Dogs or War Pigs?
War pigs. Yeah.
War Pigs?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
A more lethal type of soldier, the war pig.
Yeah.
What's happening?
So then it's EDM, then country, then hip hop, rap, and then pop. So pop is the least intelligent.
I would say that hold music is probably the least intelligent.
It's probably so.
I listen to a lot of R&B. I always have since I was a teenager. So they didn't even make the top 5, so I'm just an idiot.
Well, if you're talking about the lyrics, I think viscerally R&B gets, when you're trying to get you, you know what I'm saying? But,
yes.
yeah.
And it can speak to the heart and things like that. But sometimes heavier music will take, like sometimes a kind of especially progressive rock, like a sci-fi type of leaning.
True.
So they can dabble in those subjects, which might require the language to be a little bit more intricate,
Right, yeah. Okay, by the way, Camp Out for Hunger is going to be started in December this year?
Yes, we're going old school.
Yeah, we're going to go December 2nd. That's when we will start broadcasting live next to Xfinity Live at the Wells Fargo Center complex.
Yeah, it works for the Christmas season, too.
Yeah, it does. Hopefully we'll see you guys out there.
You got it.
All right.
Bye.
Take care, guys. All right, we'll see you. All right, so.
Mike was weird.
He has his weird days.
Yeah. He just seemed a little strange.
Distracted?
Yeah.
I think there was a string.
It threw him off a little bit because they couldn't come to us audio-wise.
Oh, all right.
We weren't responding. So, Case, can you get rid of those things so we can do the bizarre file? Thank you very much. But anyhow.
Was he crumpling paper right into the microphone?
Was. Yes.
Okay.
I think he was tired of the subject, and he decided to crumple up his info sheet.
All right.
It's like, I don't want to talk to you about this anymore.
I've done that before. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Just like the conversation we had prior to that.
We're going to do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Red Robin, and they got holiday gifts all wrapped. Give the gift of yum with a $30 Red Robin holiday gift card, and you get a $5 bonus buck reward for you. Now through December 31st, Red Robin Yum. So a 39-year-old man's body was found in a tanning booth at a Planet Fitness in Indiana.
Oh, my God.
Derek Sink went into the tanning bed at the gym on Friday, and he was later discovered dead on Monday.
Dude, he was there for 3 days.
How do you miss a body in a tanning bed?
Wait, while people were there, like
Yeah.
working out? And
His family told the media outlet they reported him missing Friday and were devastated to learn of the news.
He did look spectacular, though.
Sink's relatives said that he struggled with drugs, adding that a needle was in the room where he was found. His loved one said that there should be better policies when it comes to cleaning and end-of-the-day checklists.
Probably, like check the tanning beds for dead bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why I always hate the gym tanning bed. Not that I go in tanning beds anyway, but like when you go to a place that is dedicated to tanning, they're cleaning
Right.
a little more. But any gym I've ever been to, I'm like, when was the last time anyone even checked that?
Right.
The chief corporate affairs officer said, we are deeply saddened by the passing of one of our members, and the franchise owner is working with the local authorities in their investigation. At Planet Fitness, we have robust operational brand protocols in place, as the safety and well-being of our members is our top priority. We're working closely with our local franchisee to ensure that they are upholding those brand protocols. Cause of death has not been officially determined as of yet. Deputies stopped an alleged sexual assault in Volusia County, Florida, after a woman let dispatchers know that she was in trouble by pretending to order a pizza. This happens from time to time. People will call 911 and they'll pretend like they're ordering a pizza. So the sheriff's office released parts of the 911 call in a separate video where the woman can be heard asking to order a pizza. The dispatcher asks her if she knew that she was calling 911, and she said yes. The sheriff's office was able to track her cell phone to a field in Pearson, Florida, a rural area with many ferneries there. The deputies got out on foot and apparently began to search the ferneries. Eventually, they heard loud music coming from a field. When they approached the sound, they discovered a male was on top of a screaming female. Body cam video of the rescue shows a woman pleading for help as deputies arrive, saying, "Help, he's trying to rape me. Can you help me?" Deputies arrested Luis Moncayo of charges of attempted sexual battery. He is being held with no bond.
So I listened to the audio, and it's pretty amazing. And your heart breaks for the woman, but the second she realizes it's not going to happen, you're just like,
yeah. Yep. A dramatic twist was revealed in the search for a missing kayaker in Wisconsin. Ryan Borgwart of Watertown went missing on August 12th after going on a kayaking trip in Green Lake. Now, crews recovered his capsized kayak, his car, a fishing pole.
What's that word again?
It's a kayak. And his keys and his license. The sheriff said they became suspicious after Borgwart's name was checked by law enforcement one day after he disappeared. They said, "We don't know where he is," according to the sheriff, but he is not in our lake. An investigation found Borgwart had a second passport, replaced a hard drive on his laptop, cleared browsers on the day of his disappearance, had inquiries about moving funds to foreign banks, purchased airline gift cards, took out a $375,000 life insurance policy as well.
It's sad that he did all that and then died accidentally in a lake.
In a kayak, of all things. No, the sheriff's office also revealed that he was communicating with a woman in Uzbekistan.
The old Uzbekistan hookers.
The sheriff is now asking the father of three to come back home to his family. Bruce's Legacy, which is a nonprofit organization that specializes in water searches, said they had spent a lot of money searching for the missing husband. The founder, Keith Cormican, said it's a little tough to swallow because it required a lot of expenses on this one. They spent 23 days on the water, nearly half the time that he had been missing. He was there when the Borgwart family found out about the new developments. He said they were very shocked, as you can imagine, so very heart-wrenching to the family.
As you can imagine.
So they are now working to identify any of the crimes committed and anyone who assisted with those crimes as well. And they're going to pursue restitution for the expenses of the search as well.
I wonder what the, because they said that his name was ran the day after he supposedly went missing by police. What does that mean? Did he
I don't know.
pulled over somewhere or something?
I'm not sure.
Perhaps they were sort of on his rate. They were on, he was on their radar for something, and they were keeping close tabs on him.
All right, how about this? A billionaire tech mogul is offering women free IVF treatments so long as they use his sperm for the baby.
But there's a rub.
Pavel Durov, the founder of Telegram, has partnered with a fertility clinic in Russia to cover the costs for a limited number of women who want to get pregnant by using his sperm.
Now, we assume it's not the old-fashioned way, right?
No, it's not. Ultra Vita IVF Clinic in Moscow told its patients You can undergo the procedure of in vitro fertilization absolutely free of charge using Donor Spur from Pavel Durov, one of the most famous and successful entrepreneurs of our time.
Oh, he's good.
Ultravita said that the women interested in the opportunity would first need to be evaluated by a reproductive specialist. The offer is only available to women under 37 in satisfactory health. Durov, who is 40, shared in July that he has allegedly fathered more than 100 children through sperm donation. He's one of these guys.
He's one of these dudes. He's a tech version of Genghis Khan.
Ultravita's CEO, Sergei Yakovenko, said that Durov has been a sperm donor for more than a decade. The billionaire was previously accused of fathering 3 children with a woman named Irina Bulgar and failing to support them. She claimed in a complaint that because her and Durov had a previous relationship, that she should be awarded part of his business. So there's a little.
It seems a little weird.
Yeah, it seems very weird.
Besides, we've all been sperm donors, not in the technical sense.
There's a pretty wild documentary about this the people that live this lifestyle, and it's weird, man.
It seems
it is weird. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. We have a secret text word today. We have your chance to win a $50 gift card to Locust Lane Craft Brewery. It's this week's big freaking deal. You can get a $50 gift card to Locust Lane Craft Brewery in Malvern for just $25 right now. Go to WMMR.com. But if you are interested in winning this, you need to text us the word secret to 39333. We'll send you that word, and we'll get the caller later on. We'll get a random texter as well. We're going to take a break. When we get back, we've got information about Fill-A-Trunk.
Yes.
The food drive leading up to Camp Out for Hunger. And we got a few other things that we'll dive into, as well as Lou Diamond Phillips joining us and Tom Papa on the program. We'll be right back.
Like a real house. And so everyone liked each other, and in between takes, people wouldn't like go back to their trailers and get on their cell phones. They would all go down in the basement of this house, like around the pool table, and hang out.
Exactly what you want.
It was like summer camp for movie stars. It was great. It was really fun.
So,
and I think you can see on screen how much fun everyone was having.
The conceit is a celebrated writer, 85 years old, I guess.
plumber,
He's having a birthday. The family's a little disenfranchised. He wants to bring them together, reunite them. And in classic fashion, he ends up dead.
Yep.
And and then you have your but all the tropes that should be there are there. You know.
Yeah. In a lot of ways, it's very traditional. Yeah, exactly. But then it also throws some curveballs at you. And the big thing it does, a lot of times when you see Agatha Christie adaptations, I mean, I love them dearly, but they're period pieces.
Yeah.
This is set today. It's modern,
I love that.
and all the characters are modern types, and so it's very much updated for 2019.
And you're inherently you have a good sense of humor, and you see it permeate all your work. And I think a lot of times people forget that the original Agatha Christie stuff and the original Hitchcock always had a sense of humor.
Oh yeah.
I remember there's a scene in Frenzy, the movie Frenzy, where they're sitting having a meal, and the meal is supposed to be analogous to the, and it's just funny, and all that stuff works, and that makes it even more, to see.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, and Poirot, Christie's Detective Poirot. When Peter Ustinov, he's my favorite Poirot.
I think you're right.
Back in the day, and he got the clownishness of him.
I think Albert Finney was a little hard to understand.
I love him. He's going all out, man. But I mean, I think Branagh's Poirot is terrific.
Yeah.
But Ustinov and David Suchet is terrific. Ustinov is my favorite, though. And there's something funny about they're having fun with these characters.
Oh yeah.
Well, Steve had mentioned a movie the other day that I loved, and I run into very few people who remember it, but was Murder by Death. Do you remember?
Oh God, yeah, of course.
Such a hilarious movie. Now it's a little more slapstick,
Yeah. Neil Simon wrote it. It's like it's more like Clue. It's more like a parody.
Right, and he was a fan. He was a fan of that. So your one of your works, which I love, is Brick, which is everyone always says a Dashiell Hammett sort of vibe to it, with the sharp dialogue and everything. I mean, this is great stuff that doesn't get exercised a lot.
Yeah, it's fun to go back. I mean, I don't know. These are genres that I grew up just like loving, And so the idea is to get the essential pleasure of what everyone loves about them, but then, hopefully throw some stuff at you that you haven't seen in them before too. So it feels a little, feels like you are also on a ride and you're not quite sure what's going to happen next.
And the story written by you?
Yeah.
So this is a completely original.
Yeah, this is an original whodunit. Yeah.
Okay, so Do you start at the end and work your way back?
I start way zoomed back. I start just thinking about the shape of the whole thing.
Okay.
But I need to have that. I need to have the whole thing. I couldn't start writing at the beginning and find my way through. I need to have the whole shape in my head before I sit down.
I think you would have to. And there's a certain, the people who have done it the best, I think, approach it that way.
Yeah.
Because, it allows you to keep tagging things on,
Yeah, and
MacGuffins and all that.
Well, when you get to the end of a good murder mystery, and you have the scene, one of my favorite types of scenes in all of fiction, where the detective lays the whole thing out, like in the library.
Yes,
which we have a really good one of those. It's like, and with that, you have to have laid the groundwork, because it's only satisfying if you feel like, oh yeah, that thing. Oh yeah, if you recognize each of them and it's paying something off.
Did you have someone fact check and make sure that what you did was legitimate?
You know who was the best at that on set? Chris Evans. He would bust my balls, man. He would come up in between every take and like, I was just noticed this, and then every time my heart would clench up because I was like, oh no, he caught me, and then I realized, oh no, it's because of this, and I would explain to him.
Right.
Say, yeah,
okay.
I got away with it with him.
That's a sign of a good mystery, because
you gotta check out.
Wait a minute, and no, you know what I mean?
Out.
Yeah.
I love it, and the critical response has been sensational. And that's got to make you feel good when you invest time in something you love. Not that it's everything, but it's something.
I'll tell you that the bigger thing is, this is like a movie to be seen with an audience, and the audience it's been playing really well. It's been, it gets big laughs, and then people are enjoying it. That to me is what's fun. So I'm psyched to show it tonight.
Allow me to quote the Hollywood Reporter, which says, an ingeniously plotted, tremendously entertaining, and deviously irreverent crowd pleaser.
Well, that's it. Yeah,
that's what you want.
So it is playing tonight at the Philadelphia Film Festival. Do you know if there's any tickets available?
I don't know. I think I just saw a tweet that they had released a few more, so you might want to check their website and see.
Yeah, it's Philadelphia.org.
Opening for Thanksgiving. If you can't get, and that's those they wheel out what they believe to be the heavy hitters. For that, and so obviously. Relatively speaking, you're a younger filmmaker.
God bless you, sir.
with the body of work, but. So obviously we're going to talk about the stuff and the Star Wars universe that you're now in, and now you have your own trilogy that you're responsible for that has been in this. If I'm not correct, tell me. So I can start weeping. But I think you have this potential, this new universe that you can create from the ground up. That's in the same environment but removed.
Yeah. That's what's really exciting moving forward, because they've said with episode 9 that JJ is doing right now, which I'm so excited for. I cannot wait.
It looks phenomenal.
Oh God, that trailer just knocked me out. So that's going to be. They've said over and over, this is going to be the end of kind of this era of the movies.
And I think it's time. Honestly, I love. And I love even the second trilogy, the Lucas trilogy. Certainly, there are issues. Perhaps you've heard some of the buzz about what fans think. I think I commend you for taking on something like that, because you're damned if you do and damned if you don't.
I love the fans so much. I am a fan. That's the thing. I grew up as a Star Wars fan, and so all of the passion for it. I was in my 20s when the prequels came out, so both sides of the passion for Star Wars I've been plugged into always, and that's what's great about it.
I commend you for agreeing to do it. Because you're such a fan, you're like, was there ever a thought of like, no, I can't do this?
No, I don't. I mean, it's just something that's so deep. Everyone is a Star Wars fan who when those first movies came out, if you're like my age, you saw them when you were like 5 and 6. It's so deep in your bones. It's something you love so dearly. And also the people who make these movies, and the producers and everything, and the talent. They're just the best people on the planet, and everyone is just working from such a pure place of love for what this thing is, and so, no, man, I couldn't, that's,
you had to, you had to let that purity guide, at least you could have control over it.
The only thing you can do, exactly, is just follow kind of, what you want to do.
So I want to ask you about ownership of movies, because people take the Star Wars universe very seriously, and I'm a Star Wars nerd through and through, but people also confuse opinions and facts all the time, and it bothers me, because if you have an opinion on a movie, that's not necessarily a fact about that movie, but people state them as if they are. And I loved Last Jedi. There were so many layers to it that I think people are misunderstood, or they walked out of the theater with an opinion, and it's fine for them to have their opinion too. But what's your take on blowback or criticism or whatever? Does it bother you? Does it stick with you, or how do you interpret it?
Well, like I said, I got to come at it from, again, the perspective of being a Star Wars fan my whole life and realizing that the passion for it, there are two sides to that. You know, the passion's going to land one way for some, and if you don't like something, that passion's going to apply back the other way, and there's no use. There's no, you can't have one without the other, I guess. People feel strongly about this stuff because they care about it so deeply. And people are going to respond to different things. Every fan is looking for something slightly different from a Star Wars movie. There's nothing that's going to...
And that's the general... I was in the theater on opening night for the original Star Wars because I'm an old bastard. and I'd read the paperback book that was that before the movie came out, that had scenes that were not even shot for the movie. Sure. It's from Lucas's screenplay. Yeah. And the movie was always intended to be a fun homage to the movie serials.
Yeah, it's Buck Rogers.
And that's it. Yeah, man. And it was supposed to be loving and fun. Yeah. But then as its own myths almost started to weigh it down, and people lost sight of just go have a good time.
Well, also, but the thing is, though, I feel like there is always an element because it was that, but then, with Empire, it dug a little bit deeper into the mythic stuff.
And that's one of the,
That was a fish hook that got us all. Empire really shook it up from A New Hope in every single way. I mean, not just the big I am your father twist, but tonally and also in terms of how deep it went, in terms of digging into that kind of deeper mythological stuff, the psychological stuff. So
and a classic second act.
Yeah. Oh my God,
it doesn't 100%. End happy,
and really turns everything up onto its head, and then in a way that can be really satisfyingly resolved in the third one. Yeah. You see where I'm going with this.
Yes. Well, you did some things in this movie that that we hadn't seen in any of the previous 7 movies, I should say. And one of them was using light speed as a weapon.
Yeah. Although the first, I mean, in A New Hope, the first time they talk about light speed, what's the context they're talking about? And they're talking about you got to do your calculations right, or you'll run into something, and then it'll be a big mess.
But the blowback on that, and the fans were like,
but I never quite understood that because the thing is, that was the context that it was introduced in. So it's not like it physically can't happen. So the only argument I've really heard is we don't want to think about the fact that it can happen because that complicates how we have to think about war in this world.
You would have to make calculations, and you had like shields and things exactly for that. But I mean, it's your toy. You run with it. It's like because no. So the 8-foot talking carpet, that's real. Relax.
I mean, it has to make sense within the context of the world.
And you're right.
But I feel like that I can stand behind.
No, it was a mother effer of a scene.
Yeah, that scene. Come on.
The effects and all it was great.
Speaking of fans, real quick, and I know you guys all have questions. Everybody's got their hands raised here. But as
3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. We have a guest who we're going to chat with real quick about an event that's coming up this weekend. Many years ago at Camp Out for Hunger, he started to organize a group of car aficionados to have a gigantic train of vehicles come down to Camp Out for Hunger, and eventually it got too big for our event.
By exponentially so.
So many cars came out that he decided to move it and have it as its own event and then bring the fruits of that event to the Camp Out for Hunger. And it is called the Fill-A-Trunk. It used to be called Fill-A-Frunk, by the way. But it's the Fill-A-Trunk event, and it is this weekend. And because of schedules, it's got to be a little bit earlier than our Camp Out for Hunger this year. So we want to welcome our good friend, Mr. Jeff Walton.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
How you doing, my man?
I'm doing great.
It's good to see you. So, we're doing Camp Out this year on December 2nd. We are beholding to scheduling at the Wells Fargo Center, so we had to move it a little bit, scooted back, and it's fine. We don't mind moving the date around. But it caused some complications with you guys being able to pull this off. It's usually the Sunday leading right into the first day of Camp Out.
That's correct. That's correct.
So this weekend is what we're doing, and it looks like the weather's going to be great.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be great. 60 and no rain, of course.
Yeah. And so at this point, how many moving parts? How many vehicles are there involved in?
Well, last year was kind of crazy. We invited Mainline Cars and Coffee, and they're a part of it this year. And we do learn lessons, right? I mean, some of the lessons is you don't fire nachos when it's below zero.
it's a good call.
out of a cannon,
dangerous.
right? And then so we just had so many cars coming. So we said it's now mandatory registration. We're charging $10 per car, and that $10 goes right towards the proceeds to Camp Out for Hunger. And then we also sat down with the Wells Fargo Center and sat down with Blake and Mike, and we are now getting the Wells Fargo Center parking patrol to help us out.
Though that's actually because listen,
They're the experts, right?
It's a good problem to have that the event was so successful last year because it was like a bucking bronco. It was just it had its own energy. So you realized you had to have a little bit of a control on it. But so that's terrific that they're all going to participate.
Yeah, they're going to participate. They're experts. They bring in 10,000 cars a night, or So we're having them help park. That way, like the Tesla Club will actually get in this year because last year we had to unload them on 11th Street because it was just so crowded they couldn't get in.
Oh man!
So they will have their own show again. We're coming in. All car clubs will be coming off of 11th Street into the F lot. We're just staging all car clubs. And then if you want to bring a nice car down, register on Philatrunk.com, go to Mainline Cars and Coffee, and put your $10 in and come down.
It's going to start early. 7:30 a.m. is when the gates open, and then you're going to have the coffee, and there's there's food trucks and all this stuff. So there should be plenty for everybody. But then the clubs start to roll in. Around 9?
Around 9 o'clock is staging, and at 10 o'clock we have Faulkner Auto Group going first. They're one of our big sponsors. They go first, followed by the Porsche Club, and then Audi Club and Tesla Club, and who else? We have.
I'm looking at all these Tesla, Corvette, the Blacktop Villains, Audi, Jeep clubs, and a whole bunch of cool vehicles.
Yeah, we have everything from Jollies, which look like golf carts, to $1 million cars you can't pronounce.
Jollies?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that before.
It looks like a golf cart with wicker seats. It's pretty cool. We had one of those.
No, they're awesome. They're awesome. So even and again, if you're a car lover, you have no excuse to not be because everything's represented. The Mopar stuff is great. There were a couple. I remember when I was there were a couple of McLarens. So you're going to get ultra high end, and you're going to get real,
unique.
Unique vehicles.
We get
it's
great
terrific.
stuff. Mustang. We get the classic Mustangs. We get the newer Mustangs, the Cobras, and like I said, there's Lamborghinis and Ferraris, and plus a whole lot of Porsches.
Yes,
it's a great time. So I just want to say, I want to thank our sponsors. We do have sponsors for this.
Yes.
We do have Faulkner. We have Porsche of Conshohocken. They gave us a nice size check to help with the parking.
That's terrific.
We have Capital Grill and Principal, so they're helping.
And you, as this, it's unfair to call it a satellite event now because it's its own planet, but it's all in service of the Camp Out for Hunger. So thanks so much for taking the reins on this.
Yeah, thank you. You guys help a lot. You help promote it. It's great. It's growing into its own thing, which I always dreamed a big event down in South Philly, which is great. There's a lot of people on. We don't have a lot of registrations because everybody looks towards the weather. Now, people who have nice cars, they tend to look towards, hey, it's a nice problem to have. Am I going to bring out my car because it's raining? But please come on down because there's a lot of people out there who don't even know what their next meal is going to be. And this helps that,
it does.
So this helps your neighbors in need. And a lot of times you don't even know your neighbor is in need, because they don't ask.
No, it's the way we are.
We had people come down last year and just come up to us and say, hey, thank you for what you did. Because last year I was in the same boat and couldn't have food. And then a great thing, my wife, she works at the Montgomery School in Chester County. And she helped bring for Phil Abundance the kids who went down for food. It was sometime in May.
To sort?
To help sort, and your food was still there.
There you go.
In May.
In
May.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
All the kids helped pack all that stuff.
That's
so it was great.
Yeah, and I just want to point out again, so Jeff had organized this years and years and years ago of just the Porsche clubs coming down and donating, and it would cause such a line of traffic that other people who wanted to donate and weren't a part of this club had to wait for like an hour or more just to come and drop off their food. And to Jeff's credit, it was his idea. He's like, we love doing this. but we're messing up your system.
Yeah.
And I want us to do this right. And we want to continue it to grow. And hats off to you for turning it into what it is now. And we love this partnership. It's excellent.
It's great.
And you mentioned the Capitol Grill. You guys used to meet there,
We
start
still
there.
do. The
and then,
Porsche Club
you do?
meets there.
Okay.
Yeah, we meet there. We have breakfast. And then Upper Marion Township Police Department, they shut down all the lights on the around the mall. And then we have Valley Ford's fire truck lead the way. And it's a 3-mile caravan of Porsches just all the way down 76, 95.
It's something to see. It's this Sunday, as you said, the weather's going to be really good.
Yeah.
But you need people who are the weather watchers to know that you're in the clear. Yeah. Bring down your vehicles, right?
Sign up, mandatory sign up. I mean, we even saw Pierre Robert's Tesla last year, which was
Tommy,
at
right?
9:30 in the morning.
Yes.
Wow.
Unheard of. Yeah.
That's an achievement.
I think he slept there. And he was
More
just
than likely.
there.
Yeah.
By the way, in the past 5 years, they've collected over 800,000 pounds of food. 800,000 pounds of food for Camp Out for Hunger.
Last year was 177,000 pounds.
Wow.
Just in like 5 hours. you
Yes.
know? So we're there from 7:30 to about 1. Last car, car club will probably go at 12:30.
So with the management of them down there helping you do what they do so well, which is moving people in and out, you won't have to worry about lag time or any of that.
That's
you can
correct.
make this part of your morning and then be on the rest of
That's
for
right.
the rest of the day.
Right? Go back to church.
All right. Which lot are we talking about?
We are talking Cars and Coffee have lots A, B, and C. They'll come in off of Broad Street, and the car clubs are in lot F, and they'll come in off 11th Street.
Okay. All right, great. It is this Sunday. Make sure that you go to the event. And is it Saturday?
Sunday.
No, Sunday. Yeah.
Sunday.
It is this Sunday. So make sure that you stop by. And you can register your car at philatrunk.com. So thanks again, man. It's wonderful.
Awesome, guys.
All right, we appreciate it.
Glad to be
Jeff
a part of it.
Walton, guys. Philatrunk events for Camp Out for Hunger. So go be a part of this, whether you have a car or not, and help us out. And it's a little advance of the event, so we're looking forward to seeing what that yields. God, I realize we don't even know what we're going to talk about.
We didn't discuss what we're going to talk about.
Wow. Okay.
That's okay.
We're getting ready for a couple of interviews, and I got some stuff over here.
There's one thing. If you have something on the plate, I can mention something that we've been talking about. If you're we're going to go to the airport, I guess we have a number of stories.
We can.
Or is that what you like? Or
yeah, sure.
Wait, is this a new character?
No.
The airporter.
the pilot.
The pilot. The traffic control, the air traffic control.
The traveler.
The
wanderer.
Now, there are a few.
How's it going, Preston?
We are in travel season with Thanksgiving, and the holidays and all that. So there have been a few stories that have popped up recently that have to do with the airport and so on. So we thought maybe we'd tie them together and talk about those. In fact, I can lead with this particular one. There was a travel agent that shares lesser known holiday travel tips for you to make it a little less stressful.
Everyone needs these.
A little more smooth. And I'll mention a couple of these. That one of the things I did not know, in some airports you can reserve a spot in the security line.
What?
Yeah, ahead of time. What?
What? This is getting to be too much.
What? The rules vary.
What?
The rules vary at airports. These U.S. airports have the options to reserve spots in TSA security lines ahead of time. So on this list, we have Denver International, Houston Airport, JFK, LAX, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
All the large, chaotic airports.
Newark Liberty International Airport, Orlando, Phoenix, and Seattle.
What's the one you have, Preston? The TSA pre-check?
Pre-check and global entry.
Okay, yeah, because the clear is another option. Is that different?
What is that?
I think that's new.
What is clear?
Yeah. So I went on a flight recently, and I was in St. Louis, and I get in my pre-check line, and there's a handful of people. It wasn't going to take long at all. But I saw there was another line.
Yes.
And it was it wasn't clear. It was like pre-check plus or something like that. And I'm like, really? Honestly?
This is going to continue.
There's double secret probation.
All right.
Yeah.
Access. What the F, man?
I traveled home from Seattle last summer, and one of the guys that I was with, there was a long line for the regular folk, the common folk, and that's where I was. And my buddy Josh got the TSA clear pre-check, and he just breezed right through, no line whatsoever. And so I was like, oh, it probably cost him a couple $100 a year or whatever. No, it's $78 for 5 years.
5 years, yeah.
What is this?
That's
now?
pre-check. That's pre-check. That's not clear.
What's the difference? No,
it says through clear.
through clear.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think that clear. I only saw that at the St. Louis airport. I think.
Yeah, it's so clear is not at all airports. You can be TSA pre-check or clear. TSA and clear, I don't think are connected.
All right, quick question. TSA pre-check and global entry
are different.
Different.
Yes.
Yes, but if you get global entry, if you just get that, it gives you pre-check.
It automatically comes with TSA.
The one to go for is global entry, and then you are covered.
If you plan on traveling internationally,
Right.
that's what global entry is
Domestically, you could do the TSA pre-check. Now, what does clear pertain to?
for. I don't know.
So, but I have a feeling you're going to get TSA pre-check clear platinum.
Right. I know. Stop it with that.
Elite, and then eventually they're just going to give you a plane.
So here's what I found. TSA PreCheck expedites both the identity and physical screening process. Clear further expedites the document and identity screening process, but it's only available in a few dozen domestic airports.
Document and identity screening? Is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we know what that means?
So,
what documents?
Well, like your passport, your real ID, whatever. Like,
How much quicker can it go?
Okay. All right.
but not the physical screening.
Oh, so if you go through pre-check, you still have to show them your driver's license. Sometimes you just look and it does facial recognition. Maybe clear is
But they're
just
still,
facial
they're still
recognition.
screening you.
Yes,
Yeah.
briefly. And so the whole idea behind pre-check and global entry is they do a background check.
Right, and that's-
Make
yeah.
sure you don't have a track record. And the benefits are you get to keep your shoes on, keep your belt on, jacket on, stuff like
Pants
that.
on.
You don't have to unload. You don't have to take your electronic equipment out
Right.
in the tub. You just throw it in, you go, you're good. And it's just a little bit smoother. Marissa?
Yeah, I just always knew like Clear and TSA as pretty much competing entities. They kind of got started at the same time, and then TSA adopted PreCheck, and that's why only some airports use Clear. Denver is one of those. But then I started seeing that a lot of stadiums for like sports games
Yes.
and concerts use Clear.
They use clear as well.
Yeah,
And
so
to
they
what
adopted
effect?
For
What
the
security?
same way, Nick, same way, Steve, where you can walk through without having to go through security. It's
Yeah.
like facial recognition,
Yeah.
and you are clear checked. In fact, during COVID, some stadiums would only let you in with Clear.
All right. Will they not, if you have a handbag or something like that, they won't go.
They
put
won't
it through-
search you.
They
Yeah,
won't
yeah.
search you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that was also
They take it
before
out to the parking lot and blow it up.
Clear is a private membership program, whereas PreCheck is TSA.
Well, all right. So what in a full comprehensive way, when you want to make sure you have maximum ability to pass through unfettered, what does TSA Global Clear? What does that run you? Is there one fee that covers all of that?
Yeah. I think global entry that comes with pre-check was like $100, and it's 5 years.
For $100 for 5 years?
Mhm. Yeah. That's
For
why it's worth
7
it.
Well, that's why
Because
you're seeing so many people now pack up that line because
it's not that bad.
it's not becoming.
When I initially saw it, I'm like $100 a year. No, I'm not going to fly that much. It's not going to be worth it for me. And I
then
was
you
like,
waited
for
in
5
line?
years, I'm like, oh yeah, I can totally do that.
I was going to say, then you waited in line one time, and I was like, I don't care how much it is. And it's $78 just for the TSA PreCheck. So if you're not
right.
flying internationally and you want to just do that, and this says it's $200 a year for Clear Plus memberships.
Clear Plus.
Clear Plus.
Is that different than regular Clear?
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
No, I think it's Clear Plus. I think that's what it is.
But not all airports have clear.
Right.
This is essentially Clear pre-vets your documents by loading them in, your driver's license, et cetera, and then they connect your fingerprints to your documents. So you use bioscans in Clearlane. So you never even take your driver's license out. So I think that's what you're saving in a little bit of time.
You can drive right out to the tarmac and then you just get
jump
out
on
of
the plane. But I have done where they don't need to see your driver's license at one of the pre-checks, and they just look into the camera. That's what you do.
You just assume that they know that you're Preston from the Preston. Yeah.
Well, you know.
Let him through. He's radio.
I one time got a dessert at Redstone that I thought was, was Preston. And it wasn't.
Everyone.
Every
It was on every table at brunch.
Oh, they must know.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. This is embarrassing. You guys.
Well, do I
Sorry
need
you're
to
here for
sign
this.
something? Would you like Why? I just brought you dessert.
By the way, worst decision Redstone ever made. They don't do that anymore.
What?
It was so
They
good.
don't. They don't make them.
Oh my God.
I know. I don't know why.
That it was a cinnamon roll. It was out of this world.
Maybe had maybe pecans
Yeah,
on
it did.
It was delicious.
Okay, anyway, back to this. Rebecca, you were on the air. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Rebecca?
Hi, Rebecca from Bucksco. Just wanted to call in regards to that TSA PreCheck Plus, Preston, that you just mentioned.
Yes.
It's free. It's not an additional charge. It's a verification that you have to do in the app before you board. You just essentially do like a face screen, and then that way you have like an additional layer of verification, if you will. But it's not an additional expense, and I highly recommend doing it.
Okay. All right, I'll have to look in if I'm eligible for that or not. All right, thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate it. I just know that when I was in St. Louis, there was an extra line with like nobody in it, nobody, and it was like I was confused as to why, and I still honestly, even after this conversation, don't know exactly.
I'm confused. I'm going to finally just sign up for it. I do not travel that much anyway. Claire does, my wife, so she's got all of that. And she loves it. I think where people really notice the impact is coming back into the country and having that global entry. That helps tremendously, correct?
Yep. And I also saw there's a travel expert, Kathy. Maybe you follow her as well.
Erica.
What's her name?
Oh, yeah. Erica.
Yeah, I think so.
her.
And she had information about how you can, when you're returning through customs, there is a much quicker way to do it. And all you have to do is like get on the app or something like that. Okay. And you can, this is her. Yeah, that's
Erica Kohlberg is her name, or Kohlberg is her name. She's fantastic.
5.4 million followers on Instagram.
So what do you do?
It has
write the key card from it.
There's an app that you can use when you're returning and going through customs that will make it much, much quicker. As opposed to sometimes you can stand in line for an hour.
Hate it.
Waiting to go through customs.
But
without global entry.
Without it. Got it. Because I was going to say, with global entry, we're fine. I breeze through.
Exactly. All right. So apparently in some airports, you can reserve a spot in the security line. So you need to check and see if the airport has that. These are some interesting travel tips, lesser known holiday travel tips. There's another one. Book airport lounges. When you have a layover or delayed flight, an airport lounge can help you escape the crowds, it says, but during peak travel times, they often have long waits and fill up fast. But some let you make reservations a day in advance so you can snag one at your airport lounge if you want.
This is a reason to get certain credit cards, too. And I don't have an American Express card, but if you have an American Express Platinum card, you get into a lot of these lounges, like the Centurion Lounge, and there are mostly Centurion lounges Centurion lounges in most airports. Also, with the American Express Platinum, you get Clear for free. So, more and more travel credit cards, or just standard credit cards, will give you these. They will tie you into travel benefits, like Clear, like we were just talking about.
So Clear would get you
if you have an American Express Platinum card.
Right.
Not only do you get into the Centurion Club, you get Clear.
Okay, all right. So
interesting. All right.
The ways they get you.
Here's another travel tip. Take the first flight out of the day if you can. It's early, but the morning flights have less delays and cancellations. Yes. So that's a good one.
First flight, what is usually the earliest flights are 6, right?
Yeah, somewhere
I think my
6-ish.
daughter she's coming in this weekend. I think she flies out at 5 a.m. on Sunday.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. You can also book your ride share in advance. It says this is especially helpful if you're traveling on a holiday like Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, because if a driver accepts the reserved ride and cancels or falls through, you'll have priority on getting another car for you. So you can. I guess you can.
Don't even think of those things.
Can book Ubers and so on in advance. In this last one, this is odd, but I didn't know this. It says if you're staying in a hotel, ask your hotel for room decorations.
What?
Like holiday decorations?
What?
It says a lot of hotels go all out during the holidays, and some can set up an in-room menorah or Christmas tree.
What?
If you ask, check with the concierge and see if they can deck the halls.
And it will only be an additional $500.
Yeah.
Well, I also didn't know until last summer that, if let's say you forgot a toothbrush or toothpaste, that you could just ask them at the counter and they'll give them to you. But they also sell them in the commissary, because I bought that stuff in the commissary.
Yeah.
Not knowing that I could have just gotten it for free.
Yeah, but the one you're getting is not like a Colgate toothbrush.
I know. But it'll get the job done for a day or two.
Right. You only use it once a day anyway, right?
Exactly.
Disgusting.
I'm with you, man.
Yeah.
Here's another one. Airports. This was a study that was done to indicate airports where you waste the most time from delays.
All right.
So upgraded points analyzed data from the Bureau of Transportation Statistics and Google Flights at the 40 busiest airports in the country to find the average flight delays, taxi out times, and layover durations. They found that across all 40 airports, passengers have an average of 29 minutes wasted as a result of departure delays and taxi out times. But some airports have you waiting even longer. So the one where the most wasted time is Miami International Airport.
Miami International.
Followed by San Francisco, Dallas-Fort Worth, and Philadelphia International Airport.
Right.
It is worse than LaGuardia.
LaGuardia is an effing nightmare.
No, it's been upgraded.
Has it?
Yeah, Steve. It used to be, and so did JFK. And both LaGuardia and JFK are a lot nicer now. Philly needs to do the upgrades that the New York airports have done.
It's amazing when you think about the size of Philadelphia Airport and DFW.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that airport is super huge.
Oh yeah.
And yet Philadelphia is competitively as bad.
You know what Miami has to deal with a lot of the time is weather, but Miami does a lot of flights to the Caribbean and to South America. So I'm sure that adds to travel times.
Yep. So apparently Philly's one of the worst when it comes to wasted time as far as delays go.
I have to say, in general, though, my past couple of times with the airport has been pretty good.
Yeah.
Like the experience has
I
been.
admit.
Mine have not. and honestly, like so much so that, I mean, we talked about this a week or so ago, but I'm going to start looking into other airports, Lehigh Valley and Atlantic City and Wilmington and maybe even Newark and LaGuardia.
I love when I land and whoever's picking me up says, "How was your flight?" and I use the following word: uneventful.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just it came and went, nothing big, and it was just very easy.
It's hardly ever great, but sometimes nothing happened and I made it and I got my bags.
All right, I have. Let's go to this call. This is Daniel, who is a marketing coordinator for airports and is familiar with the Clear and TSA services and can maybe clear all this stuff up. Hi, Daniel. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted, you guys were chatting about it. The biggest difference between the two, TSA pre-check, you don't have to take your shoes off and all that wonderful stuff, and it is about $100. But you do still have to wait in line. Clear, they do a bunch of documentation beforehand, and then you walk up to the kiosk and they check you, and then they walk you right to the front of the line and hand your stuff to the TSA agent. So you get to cut the line, basically, just like Disneyland. And now they have a Clear TSA Pre-Plus. So if you have both, you get to cut the line and you don't have to take your shoes off. So that's the biggest difference. Clear is like $200 for the regular one, and then there's another level where you now can do both. So that's the line you were looking at.
But when you say the TSA line, the line, you're still talking about the TSA pre-check line, right? Like TSA hasn't moved to the general public line.
Correct. Yeah. So you have the regular poor people line or regular traveler line.
Poor people line.
The business traveler line, who's the TSA pre-check or frequent travelers. And then Clear is a private entity that you sign up for, and they literally walk you right in front of the line. And then if you have pre-check and Clear, you get to walk to the front of the line for everybody.
So when you're talking about your documentation and all that stuff, we're talking about documentation. It has to be for each flight, correct? You don't just have one set of documents you fill out and then you're good to go.
No, yeah. They check your flight information, but you do a biometric screening ahead of time, and then they have your passport and all that kind of stuff. So you have all that stuff as part of your membership ahead of any flight that you take.
I think that would be a benefit too. Let's say in case you were to lose your passport, correct?
Yeah, because you can actually choose when you go up. They ask you if you want to scan your eyes or if you want to scan your passport. There's like 4 different options depending on what you want to do. So it's a pretty nifty. It's very easy, and for certain airports, because Marissa mentioned certain airports, it's the only way you're going to make your flight. Denver Airport and Austin Airport, you can literally be in line even with pre-check for over an hour, and Clear. They'll walk you right to the front. Now that's starting to be popular too, so you might end up having a little bit of a line for there. But then other airports, some of the newer airports, like you guys were talking about LaGuardia and JFK, they are very, very fancy now, by the way. And Philadelphia is about to do that in the near future, but they're all starting to adopt these 3 different types of lines to help people move through, especially frequent flyers, because that's where they make all their money.
What airports do you work for? What do you do the marketing for? Which airports?
I manage the marketing programs for about 65 airports across the country.
Okay,
Wow.
because
Okay.
I was going to ask you kind of touched on it, but like I've never waited in line with my TSA pre-check. Is that just because it's the airports I'm going to? Like you said, Denver, even if you have TSA pre-check, you can be in line for an hour?
It's a lot of different factors. Most of the biggest factor is when you choose to fly. So if you fly during normal like business height times, like Monday mornings or like Thursday afternoons, because most business travelers want to be home for Friday, there's a good chance you're going to stand in line even in pre-check. But if you fly like in an off-peak time, like in the middle of the day or something like that, yeah, it won't. Like I flew out to Detroit last week out of Philadelphia, and I literally didn't even have time to get my phone out before I was at TSA to get through into the scanner. So it just depends on, the biggest thing is depends on when you fly out. If you fly out early morning on Monday, it's insanity in any airport. Same thing for like Friday or Thursday afternoons, Friday mornings, and Friday afternoons.
Okay. Daniel, I have one more question. So I have pre-check, I have global entry. If I want to get clear, how do I do that?
So you can, the next time you're in the airport, you can actually do it right there. And you can, they give you a free, so if you want to just cheat, you can do it one time if you're in a pinch. But you can also just look them up or get their app, and then you can do everything through your phone, to sign up for it.
And so you have to go in for another screening like I did for the original?
Nope.
Okay.
All through your phone. You might have to when you get there. They might scan your face when you're there for like your first time. But,
right.
But no, you don't have to do it. I did it in the airport. It took 15 minutes. It was super easy. You have to have your both your IDs with you. So there are 2 forms of ID.
All right. 2 forms of ID. So passport and license.
Yeah.
All right.
And don't worry, Philadelphia's got a lot of really cool things coming. So give some hope. They also have to fight for airspace between DC and New York. So
All right. That makes sense. Or we'll trust the process.
All right.
And
Thank you, Daniel.
Keep us posted on these developments because Philly's in dire need of it, and I would love to love the airport more, and I just don't.
Just they have plans over the next 3 years. So just keep your eye on it.
All right. Okay.
That's all.
Hold on, Marissa. Did you have a question for Daniel?
No, I'm just going to say
All right. Thanks, Daniel. Take care, bud. We appreciate it.
Philly Airport is really upgrading for the 2026.
Yes. Now,
So-
don't touch on the food stuff because that's for connoisseur on Friday.
Heard.
Okay.
But do you guys know, do you know some of the stuff that's in Philly Airport that you guys may not have seen recently?
Give us an idea.
Like Sabrina's Cafe?
Sabrina's Cafe.
Yeah. So there's do you guys know Sabrina's?
Yes. Of course,
The breakfast joint?
Yeah.
Preston, that's where the table pancake started.
Oh, okay.
That seems like
Yeah, they have like a lot of local businesses that they're leaning on in the airport to
ever
kind
hear
of just
of,
make it Philly oriented.
Chickies and Pete's, is that what it's called?
Yes.
I think they have one.
I also just wanted to throw this out there. I think if you like sports merch or little off-brand or Philly stuff, I think the airport is the best place to buy stuff.
All
Just gonna
right.
say it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Little stores.
The Philadelphia T-shirts that they sell there are great.
Yeah,
and I've
cute.
found that in most cities, actually,
Yeah.
that the airport has some of the best as far as the way that the logos look and the quality. I agree. Now, they're expensive, but they're really good.
Would you ever just go to the airport to go?
You have to go through security. You have to have a boarding pass,
Some people
unfortunately.
are hesitant to, purchase at an airport. You think, okay, I'm going into this city. I'm not going to purchase my T-shirt at the airport. But you're right. They are really, they're really good shirts.
And a place like the airport, they have South Fellini and a lot of local brands, and I like supporting the local brands, but sometimes they just have really good other stuff too.
Yeah.
Nick, you said you want to love the Philly airport. And I kind of find that funny because even if it is an amazing airport, I want to spend as least time as possible there.
Yeah.
I get there and I'm not like Pierre. I'm not running to my flight or anything, but I don't go super early. I don't want to sit and hang out. I would just want to get on the plane and go.
I've had pleasant experiences in other airports, including Denver and Amsterdam has like an art museum within it. And so just the way that people travel nowadays, if you are able to enjoy the experience a little bit more and not feel as stressed, I feel personally that Philly is a really stressful airport. And I just feel less stressed at a place like Denver.
Well, here's an idea for you, though, Kath. Let's say that you have a flight and your arrival time coincides exactly with the absolute height of rush hour. Okay, so I hate sitting in traffic. I cannot stand it. I might actually, if I know that there's something cool to like a good restaurant I can make a reservation at and go and spend some time at, I may get to the airport with an extra 2.5, 3 hours ahead of time so I can avoid sitting in rush hour traffic and just go there, relax, have a meal, have a couple cocktails. That's a reason for me to be at the airport, I think, personally.
The food is more expensive at the airport, though, right? Like, if you were to go to Chickies and Pete's in South Philly and versus Chickies and Pete's at the airport, the prices are higher.
Different.
Yeah.
I was at Philly International and was getting ready to take off, and I wanted Chick-fil-A was open, so I was like, there's always a huge line, and it happened to be short at the time, so I'm like, I'll grab one of those. They're in a little container that keeps it warm, and I'll throw it in my bag and I'll eat it later on. And I walk up and I forgot how much exactly it was, but I told the girl, I just want a chicken sandwich, no meal, no fries, no drink. Or chicken sandwich. I'm like, that's all you want. You don't want this, you don't want that. And blah, blah, blah. I go, yeah. And she goes, all right, that'll be $11 for one chicken sandwich. That's the way she said it, too.
They shouldn't be
she
able
goes,
to do
$11 for one chicken sandwich.
I mean, if you think about it, those restaurants and takeout stands are busier, on a more consistent basis, right? So, why are they able to do that?
I don't know if they are. Yeah.
At the little convenience stores there, and I was flying from Tampa, and I sent you guys a picture, and I was like, guess how much I spent? And it was a bag of M&Ms. It was a little cheese and apple slices thing, and some tea, I think is all it was.
I got it right.
And it was... What was it, $35 or something ridiculous like that?
I was very proud.
It was unbelievable. I bought a magazine, too. I bought a Golf Digest.
Yeah.
And it was like $35. But I was...
For snacks.
I was hungry.
Yeah.
I wanted this current issue, and I'm like, I got nowhere else I can go.
Yeah.
So, but
You're captive.
They F you at the airport.
Well, you got nowhere else to go.
That's right. All right, so this other story about airports real quick here. At least 15 major airlines are going to implement the new share item location feature for travelers who use Apple AirTags to find their lost luggage.
Finally.
So you could already, use your AirTag, but what wouldn't happen is that the luggage and baggage services did not have an internal way to link up to the tags tracking information. So even though you had it and said, you'd say here, it's here.
Yeah.
It's here right now. They couldn't use that information. But now there is a way to link them into your AirTag and find it for you.
Oh,
and it's not at all airports as of yet. In fact, some of the airlines are on board, already use the process. Delta, United, British, Lufthansa, Qantas, and Virgin Atlantic. The feature is only available with United and select airports, but they plan to introduce the service system-wide and early of next year. Delta hopes that the new share item location feature is that it will give its employees extra visibility to reunite those with their lost owners, the bags with lost owners. So.
Steve introduced me to this, so I do this. I put it in my luggage. I have it in a number of different places.
Everything.
Every day, and it is... kind of calming when you're on a flight and you're like, oh, I see it.
Yes.
My luggage is under the plane, but, and it's never happened to me. But if I were to look and it wasn't, I'd probably panic the whole flight. Yeah.
We're not going anywhere.
We're not leaving.
There's a woman up here with a gun on me.
So, they're going to begin making this more commonplace. Now, I believe you have to, it says AirTag owners can use the feature to share the location of their Apple product through secure links with someone else. The secure links AirTag owners create are meant, or created, I think it's supposed to be, are meant to ensure user privacy, and the shared item will immediately be disabled once the luggage owner is reunited with their belongings.
Right.
Links that do not get disabled will automatically expire after 7 days. So you have to allow them some access to your Apple.
Right, but you're not giving them permanent access.
Exactly.
There are restrictions, which makes sense. Yes.
So that's cool. That's a good thing.
I like that, man. If they can anything to minimize. In fact, a lot of your issues with the airport locally, Nick, have been over luggage, correct?
Yeah, and I was just thinking, a lot of those trips have been out west. If and when we go to spring training or whatever, it's fine. It's uneventful, Preston.
Yeah.
But heading out west to Denver or Colorado or Denver in Colorado or Seattle or whatever, it's been much more problematic. I think it's 4 out of the last 5 trips I've taken, something has gone wrong.
It sucks.
Yeah, and it just kind of messes with you. It messes with me, and it makes me stressed.
That's right. It stinks.
Try to get on the flight, try looking for my Apple AirTag. I don't know what to do. I'm in Frankfurt, my luggage is in Philadelphia. What the hell happened?
Baby killer.
Baby killer, luggage loser.
Yeah. spitting on
He's
your
a pizza eater.
on your luggage, loser. So that's good news. Definitely. And then one last thing, and this story was a little bit confusing. It was out of the New York Post. In the future, liquid restrictions may be completely lifted, allowing passengers to carry them in containers of their full original size.
You could bring your swim spa case.
Thanks to advancements in security technology with 3D CT scanners that can detect unauthorized liquids. TSA has issues concerning limits being lifted, especially on liquid sizes. Some airports, notably the European ones, have started relaxing these rules since 2023. TSA is hoping to jump on the bandwagon in the near future. They allow essential liquids to enter in the original form without any volume limitation. So here's the list of those that you can carry. Baby milk and formula.
Bobby, Johnny, Tommy.
Water for baby formula. Liquid medications in whatever size you want.
All right.
Wait, so you can? I'm surprised at the water for the formula.
Yeah, I guess you have to show them the formula as well. Hand sanitizers, nasal sprays, and saline solutions. You come walking in with a gallon of nasal spray.
Why'd they throw away my deodorant one time? If, it was a brand new stick of Cool Rush flavored Degree.
I don't know.
Yeah.
From your checked bag?
It was just in my carry-on.
Carry-on, probably because it wasn't the right size.
I've had that happen
If
too.
it's too big, they toss it.
But it's not even a liquid.
It's not a liquid.
deodorant.
It's a solid.
But
Like-
Steve, the brand was C4.
C4, yeah, that's it. And I like it too.
Yeah.
Strong enough to blow up a bridge, but I like it too.
You can bring non-flammable hair and body sprays.
Why would you have a heron?
No, hair and
I'm sorry.
body sprays. Contact lens solution. Denture cleaning fluid. Kathy, you're good to go there.
Yeah. It's for my jam.
Medical creams and lotions, inhaler fluids, and they will allow.
So you can have paint?
We no, like albuterol.
Oh, yes.
For
Okay, that makes
asthma.
sense.
Yeah.
And they will allow for the transportation of live fish in water and other biological specimens and pack freezing materials for refrigerated medical items such as vaccines.
For your
So I have a pair of...
You can bring a bag of fish.
Your
on with
therapy
you.
fish.
Your
Yeah.
therapy.
I have shoes, Preston, that have goldfish in the heels.
Your
So
companion fish.
This
Wow.
is my companion fish.
All right. Anyhow, that's airport talk.
Yeah.
We're on the Preston and Steve show. I am the pilot.
that wraps up this flight. We know you could have listened to a number of different segments. We appreciate you choosing this one.
If we ever do this again, we'll use Jet Airliner.
Okay, yeah. That was okay.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
I like that better.
Jet Airlino, Preston.
Jet Airlino?
Yeah,
that's
the name
what
of
he
the
did.
song. Remember
Did you think that?
Yeah.
Jet Airlino.
That's how he sings it.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
That's our intro to airport talk from here on out. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, Lou Diamond Phillips will be on. And then right after that, Tom Papa will be joining us. So stick around. We'll be back shortly.
Preston and Steve.
Back and watched The Last Jedi in a little while. But is that, I think fans had a bunch of fun with the fight scene where Kylo and Rey, you know what I'm talking about? They used the different pieces of music. Did you happen to see those?
Yeah, that was really fun. Everyone started remixing it to different songs.
Oh, our own Nick Murphy, who I introduced you to, he did a whole.
He did like a dozen of them.
He did a whole album. Some funny ones and some other ones that totally absolutely made sense.
I love it.
I think he might have even used Firework from Katy Perry.
Yeah,
that's great. That's great.
I totally see that.
Yeah,
yeah, that's a blast, man.
You gotta love that fans are having.
Well, that's what I mean. They take it and they make it their own, whether it's that or fan fiction or fan art or people just take this stuff so personally. That's what's great about it.
In A New Hope, Luke meets Leia via a hologram, and in The Last Jedi, Luke says goodbye to Leia via a hologram. Was that your idea?
Yeah, man. The symmetry. You're always looking for symmetry. If you can hit that sweet spot with symmetry, so that even if you don't, the first time you watch a movie, you aren't thinking of it in those terms. When you step back and take a look at the whole thing laid out, you're like, oh, this rhymes with this, and this it bookends this. especially with something like Star Wars, you're always searching for those, those things to lay in there.
Thank you for answering questions about it, because I know you're here to talk about Knives Out, and so, and I can't wait to see that movie as well. But while we have a director of one of the Star Wars movies in the studio,
about Star Wars.
We lavish love on Knives Out as well. But I also have to ask you, Looper is an amazing film, and it also speaks to your ability to add. I remember watching that and go, wow, this is a really cool conceit. I'm thinking of like has a Harlan Ellison, Philip K. Dick sort of vibe to it. It's cool. It's jumping around. And then it gets you emotionally too, and when you're and that's something that I think when you can do that in all this stuff where you can go down one path and phone it in, and then it becomes something where it gets you viscerally with the kid and what his future will be and how things have to be right. That to me was just such an amazing. And I don't want to give it away if you've never seen it. You need to see Looper if you've never seen it. But working with Bruce Willis and working with Joseph Gordon-Levitt, who you worked with in Brick as well, you start to build an ensemble of people you go to, and there are people that are comfortable. Who do you consider your go-to, people now?
Well, I haven't worked with him for a few movies, but Joe Gordon-Levitt is one of my good friends.
Awesome,
and he's so good, man. Yeah. He's such a good person, He's such a lovely, wonderful guy. And I managed even this Last Jedi. He wasn't. We got him in there as a voice, alien voice.
Okay, I was
Knives
wondering.
Out. We had to get him in there as a voice too.
Oh, that's
because he
great.
wasn't available. So you keep your ears peeled. He's in there. So
You guys are friends.
Yeah, we're buddies.
Okay, because he's in a scene of a movie. It's one of my favorite theatrical scenes ever, and it's a movie called 500 Days of Summer.
Oh yeah,
and it's when the Hall & Oates song comes on. To me, and there's a Han Solo thing in it as well. But I would love to meet that guy. He is a good friend
He's
of yours.
A sweetheart, man. He is so cool.
Will you tell him that I love him?
Let's call him right now. Let's get him on speaker.
Whenever I hear that song, I bounce around like he does when he's walking down the street. Like I want to do what he did in that movie.
Yeah, no, we made the very first movie I made was called Brick. It was like a weird high school noir, and he was in it
twice today. I haven't seen it.
Oh well.
Oh, did you shoot that at the high school you went to?
I did. Yeah. I shot at San Clemente High School down in Orange County.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's got to be cool to come back with a film crew to the school that you.
It was cool, but we were really low budget. We were like micro budget with that movie.
Still.
So I think we were more annoying to them. I'm surprised that they didn't kick us out before we were done filming.
Well, Knives Out, honestly, is I cannot wait to see it. It looks phenomenal, and so I assume, have you done the full premiere route yet, or is this is one cog in the premiere?
Well, Philly is not a cog.
I know.
This is the main engine of the whole tour.
Thank you for saying that.
We premiered at Toronto, and I just came from the Chicago Film Festival, and we're here tonight, and I'm psyched to see it with like I said, man, this is a crowd movie. This is a crowd-pleasing movie. It's so much fun to be in the theater when a big crowd is watching this.
Love it.
Can I ask what the title refers to, or is it a plot point that we need to wait for?
No, it's. I mean, sort of. There are knives in it, but it's. I mean, the Radiohead song is what I kind of stuck it in my head years ago. Amnesiac, I think it's on, and Knives Out.
Okay.
And so that phrase just always seemed like a cool turn of phrase to me. It seemed like a good murder mystery.
It always indicates.
And the knives are out.
Your knives are out. Your knives are. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody's got it. Yeah.
Which definitely applies to the family in this movie.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Can I jump in real quick? I just want to ask you, because I know that you do have your fingerprint on the Breaking Bad universe, and you directed a couple of episodes of the final season.
Yeah.
I watched El Camino, and then I was like, oh, God, I got to go back and watch the final 2 seasons. So I did that, and then I watched El Camino again. So you directed Ozymandias, and I got to ask, is that the episode where Walt calls Skylar and has the phone conversation with her?
Yeah.
That is like some of the finest acting I've ever witnessed in my entire life, because he is saying things to her
without saying them.
But he's also on so what you're hearing through the phone is what he's saying, but emotionally he's not saying those words. And so can you explain that better than what I just said?
No, you put it just beautifully, man.
Okay.
And Cranston, I mean, that's the explanation. It's one word. It's Cranston. That dude is just
Cranston.
So you didn't have anything to do with that?
No, man. No, honestly, you show up and you do your work as a director, which is on set to be an audience for the actor, and so you watch it. If you feel something, you say it to them. If you feel, try this, try that. The truth is, though, especially at Breaking Bad, I mean, the writing is so good. You know, those actors. As a director, it makes your job so easy. You get to show up on set and just like roll with it and try and maximize it. You know?
Real quick, how many takes for that particular scene?
I don't know. I think it was freezing that night, so I don't think many. I think it was maybe 3 or 4. You know, and then Anna Gunn, you know, Skylar's side of the call. It's interesting because you know I remember with Yoda, you know, with Mark and Frank Oz, Mark Hamill and Frank Oz. Yeah. Frank telling me, you know, everyone talks about the expressiveness of the puppet and the performance of Yoda, and he said 90% of it is Mark believing, you know, listening.
Yeah, and I can believe that. Yeah,
and it's a weird analogy, but what Anna is doing on the other side, the amount of that call where we're on her face and hearing her realize what her husband is doing, that's as much of the scene as
Okay, and for that, was she in the next room? Was she actually on the phone with him while he was doing it, or were you doing a playback?
No, we had him there, so he was. Obviously, we shot them completely separately, but then we have both, and vice versa. She was on set, kind of on the phone with him there, one for his side of it, and then we were in the house shooting. It was a totally different day, but he was there for her side of it, so they were both there for each other.
Okay,
that's wild. And by the way, you should probably put some ointment on those fanboy burns you just got.
Yeah. Those could get infected.
That's all right. I'm scabbed over. It's all right. I got the scabs.
All right. Thank you very much, Ryan Johnson. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Now, let's do the B5.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, so let's start with this. Smashing Pumpkins are going to kick off their Bright No So Shiny reunion tour in July, and the band's Billy Corgan has now shared a proposed list of songs.
Are you doing
music news?
Son of a bitch.
That's amazing.
I was thinking,
I thought it was maybe
weird happen at the music news, or
grabbed the wrong folder.
Maybe he found a King Cobra in his car or something, or.
Look, I'm just on autopilot right now.
That's exactly what it is, right?
You're at home right now watching The Walking Dead, aren't you?
I am. I haven't seen that episode yet, damn it. Oh, man.
It was great. Thank you. Hey, just sneak preview, guys.
I love the music, though. That wouldn't be a tip-off.
It didn't even register with me at all. A man dubbed America's most wanted deadbeat dad.
Let's just call him Billy Corgan.
Has been arrested.
There were a number of missed calls in my life that actually led to opportunities, and you always have to keep your radar open to the fact that there are things in play that you haven't even seen yet that will reveal themselves to you. You just have to be receptive to it.
It all starts with this girl giving me the clap.
The clap.
That's where it started.
You were saved by a social disease.
It all starts with that.
All right, so tell.
This girl gave me the clap. I dated her for 5 years. She was my girlfriend. She slept with my best friend, and then she gave me the clap. I remember going to the doctor, and he was like, "Yo, she's a hoe." By the way, this is
Is that a medical term?
No, this is. He used the more formal RE. I don't know if you can say it on WHORE. I don't know if you can say that on
whore.
Yeah. Oh, if you want, like an idiot, I just spelled it.
Yeah.
Like you can't spell it. So he was like, "Your girlfriend's a whore," and I was like, "What?" By the way, this is when you thought doctors were like older. He's probably just 27 years old.
Yeah.
Like he's just a kid,
dude.
And he was like, she's a whore, man. And he said, I go, no, you got that wrong. He goes, let me ask you a question. When you go to a bar, do you and your junk split up to cover more territory? And I was like, excuse me? And he goes, do you? And I said, no. And he goes, then I'm telling you right now, if you're telling me you haven't slept with anyone else, just her, she gave it to you. She's a whore. She's sleeping around. That's how you get it. You just sleep around.
Yeah.
Oh
and I was like, that's impossible. I want the test. And he was like, I can just give you the medicine. You don't need the test. And I went, no, I don't. I must not have it. She's not a whore. And he's like, all right, I'll give you the test. Q-tip.
Yep.
Yes.
I remember saying, brace yourself. And I held on to the thing, and he did it. And I was like, she's a whore. She's a whore. And then I went to her, and I confronted her. And I said, yo, I have the clap. You gave it to me. And she's like, no, that's impossible. And then I said what the doctor said. Let me tell you something. When I go to the bar, me and my junk don't split up to cover more territory, okay? And so, but if that girl hadn't done that, because I told that girl I wanted to be a comedian. I laid in bed the morning of the Miami-Florida State game, and I said, I think I want to be a comedian. Because right after Russia, I'd gone to Europe, and I backpacked, and I ran into a group called The State. I ran into them in Greece. Yeah. We all partied in Greece. And I met them and I said, how do I get into comedy? And David Wayne said, just write all the time, write down jokes. Anything funny, write it down. And that whole summer I said, I was funny, traveling, everyone liked me, thought I could make people laugh, and I was like, I'm going to be a comedian. Came home, first week back, have sex with her, laying in bed, Florida State, Miami game. I say, I think I want to be a comedian. And she was an actress, still is. And she was like...
Not somebody we would know, is it?
No.
Okay. But regional theater, stuff like that?
Yeah. And so...
That's what we're calling porn these days.
And she said... She goes, oh, honey, you're stupid funny. You're not smart funny. To be a comedian, you have to be smart funny, and you're stupid funny.
Wow.
So don't, you cannot.
And this is from the whore.
This is from the whore.
Oh.
And so I was like, oh, okay. Never tell anyone your dreams. I get the clap. I then break up with her over the period of like, you know how those breakups go over 6 months.
Yeah.
And then I start dating this girl who's, by the way, I love her, but just an oblivious idiot.
Yeah.
Like I told her I want to be a comedian. She's like, you should do it. Like, just like invest everything in it. Why wouldn't you, right? Oh my God. And I just ran into her last week in wherever I was in Charlotte, North Carolina, and she's like, I'm so happy you followed your dreams. And I was like, I am so glad you did not see the pitfalls in life that everyone else sees.
Yeah.
Like, she was just like, do it. Why wouldn't you? I think I want to be a shot girl. And I was like,
dream big.
Oh, she went to New York to be a model. And like, she's attractive, but she's not like a model.
Yeah.
But I remember
not a New York model.
And she just walked in and she's like, I want to be a model. And I was like, man, I wish everyone had more of that.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't for that girl to just give me blind confidence.
Yeah.
That I don't think. I mean, by the way, my first whole year of stand-up, I did not know. I was just doing all the jokes like Angry Sanchez or I wouldn't.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. We love our next guest. Just love
He's
him.
the best.
He has got a new film. It's called Get Fast. It comes out on Friday, and watching the trailer, the character that he plays in this definitely has a sense of style.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Please welcome the one and only Mr. Lou Diamond Phillips to the show. Lou, good morning.
Thank you. Yes, I'm bringing my sartorial style back to your studio.
Dude, you are such a stud, man. I was checking this. I'm like, when your character first shows up in this trailer, I'm like, look at this guy. It had to be so much fun to play that character.
Yeah, man. It's one of those leave your subtleties at home kind of thing. I read the script and he just jumped off the page at me, and I knew he was kind of iconic. It's funny. My wife, when she saw the film, she goes, "Oh my God, it's like you stepped out of a graphic novel or an anime strip or something," because he does. He makes a statement. He's called the cowboy, and there is. No doubt that is what he is. I mean, he really plays that up. The movie is just kind of like a Guy Ritchie heist, film with a bunch of interesting, different bad guys, and it just starts at 120 miles an hour and never slows down.
There's an absolute place for this. It has a very Mad Maxian kind of feel to it as well, and all this has to do is just deliver on the action. But I mean, you need people who can sell the villains and can sell their roles. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the gentleman who is the director, James Clayton, he's also acting in the film as well, correct?
Listen, man, this guy's one-stop shopping. He co-wrote it, he directs it, he is the lead, and I got to say, this kid, man, he's doing all his own stunts. He's a young Tom Cruise in the making. They hang him from a helicopter. They, hang him off the back of a semi. He's very, very impressive, and he's a sweet guy.
Where do you fall on the stunt question? Are you someone who likes to do as many as you can, or what's your take on it?
Throughout my career, man, I've gotten far too many broken bones and a number of bruises and scrapes and whatnot. I still do all my own fight scenes, so I try to stay in something resembling good shape. But after having been beat up a couple of times, the heavy lifting stuff, it's like, they hung me from a helicopter in Courage Under Fire, and so that was like, okay, that's interesting. They've nearly blown me up a few times. At my age, it's like, you know what? Been there, done that. Why don't you youngsters take care of that from now on?
Yeah.
Hey, I was impressed in Stand and Deliver when you did like the flip into the ocean. I'm like, that guy could have gotten hurt with that.
Yeah. Don't leave me unsupervised.
Don't leave me
And for those who don't know the story of Get Fast, where can you give us a little snapshot of who the characters are and what it's about?
Yeah, I mean, it literally starts. It starts in the middle. I mean, some bad guys have a bunch of money. Our hero, the thief, is trying to get it back, and then you realize that there are 3 or 4 factions all vying for these couple of duffel bags worth of money. And like I said, I mean, it's basically a chase that never stops. It just keeps going, and it pulls in innocent bystanders in its wake, and it's it's funny. I mean, a lot of it actually made me laugh, and so it's just entertaining, man, and it aspires to be a popcorn movie, and it delivers that big time.
Yeah, these kind of movies, again, so you had the creator of the John Wick series is a former stuntman and was actually Keanu Reeves' stunt double. So these kind of things, when they're done right, are so good because it also has a bit of the Western in it. It has all of this sort of attitude. Is there a particular genre you find yourself drawn to as a moviegoer, Lou?
Oh well, as an artist, the genre of employment is always really attractive.
The employment genre is what you like.
As a fan, man, I love it all. I really do love it all. I can go from Dune to something very small and very intimate. Where the acting is just front and center, like the Holdovers or something. I'm also a member of the Academy. I'm a governor of the Actors Branch.
Yeah.
So really just a fan and a supporter of all kinds of cinema, for my entire career, and can appreciate what actors bring, but also can appreciate, for instance, I mean, this stunt team that did Get Fast, these guys are freaking artists, man. They're unbelievable. They were doing some stuff that I hadn't ever seen in a 40-year career. I was like, wow, okay.
Well, I think they've actually reincorporated the Oscar category for stunts this year. That's the word.
We pulled it into a different into the science and technology branch.
Right.
You can get in as a stunt person. We still do not have an actual stunt award, and there are a lot of us behind the scenes lobbying to see that happen because not only movies like this, but even your big films, your big Marvel tentpoles and whatnot, those wouldn't be what they are without the stunt performers. So I think it's time they get recognized.
You mentioned Dune, and you and your wife, I believe, you have a couple of books that you have written. You are a fan of fantasy fiction and sci-fi, correct?
Absolutely, and thanks so much for bringing that up. The Tinderbox Underground Movement comes out November 19th, and that's available in hardcover, Audible, and Kindle, and it's a sequel to the Tinderbox Soldier of Indira. And yes, indeed, they are sci fantasy. The first book did so well. That's also available on Amazon and BarnesandNoble.com, and it was so well received both critically and by the fans that my wife actually came up with the storyline for the second one, and both books boast some amazing illustrations by Yvonne.
Excellent.
So, those are easy to grab, and like I said, available literally next week.
Terrific. Well,
Nice.
yeah, very excited.
Well, listen, we want to remind people, Lou, that they can find it on Friday. We're talking about the new film, Get Fast, and make sure you grab it, see it. It looks like a lot of fun, and we could all certainly use a bit of that at any point in our lives. But it's always great to catch up with you, Lou. Continued success. We'll talk to you soon. All right, man?
Preston and Steve, thanks so much for having me, brother.
You got it, buddy. Lou Diamond Phillips, the one and only. I love it.
He was
so great.
Last time we had him on, he was on that show Prodigal Son. Remember that thing? Which was the Hannibal Lecter-ish vibe. We loved it.
Forgot about that.
And it's one of those ones that just became inert and like, whoa, what's happening?
I know. And we, what, they get 2 seasons out of it?
Yes, yeah, 2.
We wanted more. So
I want more.
We want more. All right. Well, we're going to get more right now because we got a guest joining us via Zoom, and he has a new Netflix special that is out as we speak. And it'd be nice to be, hanging out in a terry cloth robe and just relaxing on a morning where you check in with your friends. And you can see it on Netflix. It's called Home Free. Tom Papa is joining us.
My friends, my people.
Tom, this looks like the best Folgers commercial I've ever seen.
Guys, this is how I live now. I don't wear clothes anymore.
Well, yeah, you're an empty nester. You guys are empty nesters. I watched the special, and that's one of the first things you dive into, man.
How did you like it?
I loved it.
I can tell you this. I said this earlier. They'll verify this, and I'm a huge fan. I believe this is your best special yet. I was howling. I mean, and there was a certain vibe, which Casey pointed out earlier. He'd seen it before we had. That there's, I don't know, you're very James Dean-esque. You're a rebel. You're a loose cannon.
An edge to you, yeah. You even had like a little 5 o'clock shadow going on.
Yeah. This is the new me, guys. This is the new me. Well, thank you for saying that. That means a lot. I mean, I'm hearing that a lot.
Yeah.
This is people's favorite one, which, if you've been doing it for 30 years, that your most recent is the best one.
Yeah.
It feels really great. But then as a comic, you sit by yourself and you kind of analyze it and you're like, wow, how bad was I before?
No. So I'll contextualize it. You're in a class by yourself. But again, to do that, to see, listen, I think the Stones, we all marveled at the Rolling Stones releasing some of their best work. And I'm sure they right now in England or wherever they are discussing how did Tom Papa do it again?
Yeah.
In a robe.
Yeah.
No, it is. It's just great. And it has a bit of I'm not going to say you've reinvented yourself. You take it in a different way. And I'm like, I'm loving this. I'm loving hearing this from Tom because this is such a cool path to go down.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, I really appreciate it. It really means a lot. This one, I just kind of, I wasn't nitpicking about it. I'd been touring with it for 2 years. I was really having a great time out in the theaters with all these people, and they all liked it, and I was proud of it. So I didn't even really get in the edit. When they're like, will you approve these social clips? I was just like, yeah, fine, whatever, just take it.
Yeah, it's the best.
Before I'd be like, I gotta really make sure everything's perfect. And I'm like, there is no perfect, just take it.
I'm usually, Tom, hesitant to watch someone's comedy special before we interview them for fear that I'm just going to regurgitate the material in the special, and I want people to see it. But I did want to touch on one thing that just completely resonated with me. You talked about people going to therapists, and it's great that you can do this without the stigma that there is now. And you said, if it works for you, great. I'm not doing it. My life is a wreck, but I'm not going to do it because if I do, and in so many words, you're like, they're going to make me stop doing the things that I really want to do because this stuff is fun. And I'm like, my God, you just spoke my language.
Yeah, I always get so nervous about that. It's like, I'm having a good time. Yeah. And if I go to therapy, they're going to stop it.
Yeah. What is it with clear your life up a bit?
Come on.
You're not going to be having any fun anymore.
That's not what I pay you for.
Yeah, you got your system. You kind of figured out what works for you. It's not perfect. You're not really like the best, but I don't need someone going in and ripping this up. I'm not going to redo this at this age. You know what I mean? I'm not going to start over.
Tom, we were talking about travel earlier and sort of lamenting some of the woes that happened in the Philadelphia airport. And a friend of mine texted me and said that you've talked about how great LaGuardia and JFK have become. Can you talk a little bit about like traveling in and out of the New York airports and how they've actually gotten pretty nice at this point?
Well, LaGuardia has. LaGuardia used to be just like a public urinal.
Yeah.
For years, and they went in and tore that place apart, and now it's kind of like going to Dubai.
Wow.
It's really like elegant, and it works, and it's smooth, and the lines are I don't know how. I mean, their runways are still 2 feet long, so
right.
I mean, really, there's still delays and stuff, but you're happy when there's a delay now.
Right. Pilots traditionally, and when they list the top 5 airports they loathe flying into, LaGuardia is one of them because of the runways.
Yeah.
And it was also a nightmare for anybody going in and out. It was just horrible. I'm glad to hear that they fixed it because it was always a pretty convenient airport.
Yeah. JFK, I know, it's close to the city.
Yeah.
Getting to JFK, there is not there yet. They're ripping it apart and doing stuff. but still getting from Manhattan to JFK might be the worst driving experience in the world.
It's the worst. So here's the deal. You're on what I contend is the most insufferable, unless you're in some sort of war situation where landmines are. The Bell Parkway is just god awful. I mean, it's just horrific. And it's nightmarish. And you'll agree to this, Tom. Anytime, day or night, doesn't matter the situation, you will come to bumper traffic all the time.
All the time. And they've been working on it, digging it up. And there's no, like, you don't look at it and think, oh, they're adding a lane or they're going to put this in overpass. They're just digging. And somebody.
You're right.
Somebody in The Sopranos has a contract and they're just digging. Well, I want to take one of those guys off the side of the road who's in his little vest working and go, what is your boss telling you you're working on?
Right.
What is the plan here? I think they just give him a shovel and say, just go over there and look busy. And they've been doing that for 25 years.
What blows my mind is that there's one part in the Bell Parkway, Francis Lewis Boulevard, there's an extreme curve. But for the most part, it is directly straight. And yet, on the concrete dividers, there's loads of scratch marks. And I think driving straight is probably the most basic driver's ability that you should have, right? And it blows my mind that people will drive into the divider and you'll have these horrific accidents. Then at airport, JFK, which is a massive airport and a massive hub, I'd like them to fix that one. Do they still have? They had this thing at JFK for a while, which is sort of this retro attraction. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I love it. The TWA Hotel.
That's it. Yeah. Is that worth the damn?
Oh, it's the coolest. They have this. It was this architect, Sarin, who was big in the 60s. And it's just beautiful. And they couldn't knock it down because it looks like this really cool, hip thing. It was the terminal for TWA for years. And now because they can't knock it down, they've turned it into a hotel.
Wow.
And you go in and they've replicated the whole experience. It's like Catch Me If You Can, the Leonardo DiCaprio. Everyone's like in uniforms with cocktails and the rooms are funky and you watch the planes take off and
I love that.
You microdose and miss your flight and stay there for a week. It's great.
You've heard. Getting back to the special, I wanted to compliment another thing about it. For a while, a lot of the stand-up specials on Netflix, way overproduced. I love the way this is a comedy show. It looks like a real deal. Yep. It's intimate. Even the angle up to the stage, everything works. Did you have sway over that, or again, did you kind of turn that over to the powers that be?
No, I picked the theater. I picked Warner Theater in DC. In DC. It just looks so beautiful, and Chappelle had shot one there, and a couple other people. It was just a classic venue. And then I got Troy Miller to direct it, and he's just like this veteran comedy guy who's just done so much. Once we got there, I gave it over to him for sure, and the set designer, and kind of just like approved everything that they said. I was like, yep, sounds good. I just felt like I was in good hands.
Yeah, you know? You don't want to be distracted. And a lot of times, it is such an intimate art form, and it needs to convey that, especially you with the precision of your material. But it works. It's great.
Oh, thanks, man. I want to show you something because I know you appreciate this. First of all, I love that you know every word, every street going to JFK. That really warms my heart. And it's true. Whenever there is an accident, it's like you're on a Hot Wheel track. It's like if something clogs it up, the whole world is screwed. But look, this is what was fermenting overnight.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is going to be shaped into bread when we're done with our little show.
How many
loaves? 2 loaves. Okay. 2 loaves.
Wow.
This is my... that's sex for me now. I'm sorry to do it on the air, but here it is.
No.
Just the smell of that.
Are you approached by other people for starter doughs?
Yeah, people. And here I have a cool thing, and I could do this for you if you ever want to stop being lazy and get back into it.
You know me so well.
I will actually do it if you send me to me.
Yes, Preston will do it.
I can send it all. I could send it to all of you because if you leave sourdough starter out on a plate or a baking sheet, if it turns into a flake, like a potato chip,
Okay.
And if I send you those chips in an envelope, you literally take this dried out little tiny chip and you put water on it, it will come to life.
No kidding.
You
Okay.
you can reactivate it essentially.
Exactly.
I'm on board.
Wow, they
Yep,
need to
exactly.
do that like into space, right? Just so that the bread will always exist, right?
Put it in a vacuum of space.
What's going to
Well,
happen
that's what
is
they did.
Yeah.
That's what they did is they found basically that like fossilized sourdough starter, which they didn't call it that probably back then, but they found it and they've activated it and made bread from this stuff that's like 1,000 years old.
Did we not learn anything from Jurassic Park?
Right. Hey, how many stabs at it before you felt you did it right? When you first got into this and into creating sourdough bread, and what was that? How many? Mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many before you got it right? You think?
It's funny. It's a great question because it's like comedy.
Yeah.
Like when you're a young comic, you're like, you do your first set and you're like, I know how to do this. And then you look back 2 years later and you're like, I had no idea what I was doing.
Right.
So you can make bread probably like 4 times in, 2 or 3, 4 times in, you'll be like, oh, I'm actually making bread. This is great.
Mm-hmm.
But then to get really good at it, it kind of takes some time. I've been doing it for like 10 years now. It's crazy.
Well, can I ask about other kinds of bread? Because that's kind of how, like, I need to be able to make the best pizza crust. And, like, my first one was not bad. My second one was better. But, like, it's still not where I want it to be. I don't know if you have any experience with pizza crust.
Yeah, the problem with that is it's probably your oven. Like your dough's probably pretty great. And if you could put it in like a wood burning oven, that I bet it would work. But you're putting it in your oven and it's saying it gets up to 400 or 500, but it really is leaky and doesn't really. And I don't know how you live, but I picture it being like kind of a weird kitchen with some strange things going on and some weird pets. So I don't think you're really going to achieve it.
Think Silence of the Lambs. That's what you're thinking.
I'm getting a very serial killer pizza guy vibe.
Tom, we had an extended conversation this morning earlier with people calling in, and essentially it boils down to you have a hobby, a thing that you're really into, but people in your immediate sphere really don't care about it, and you just don't have anyone close to you to say the things you want to say about this subject. And is that the case with the bread?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's so funny because people, again, there's no one in my life that will talk about it. And I'll be like, I've been making bread forever, and the loaf will come out and I'll be like, look how it rose. And they're just like, oh, just shut up.
Yeah.
So it's funny when I do interviews now, people will want to talk about the bread.
Yeah.
And they'll ask me a thing and they think like, they just want me to be funny and keep it going. And like, he probably has something funny to say about the bread. And I start getting into, I'm like, well, listen, I've been using some rye flour and it doesn't hydrate as much, but I really feel, and you can just see them glaze over.
Yes.
Like even they don't want to talk about
And that's it. And and so we determined earlier that so many of the things that everyone is fascinated with, you start those conversations. I know you're not into this, but I know you're not into this, but please, as a friend, indulge me so I can get some sort of facial recognition on the accomplishment.
There's when I do my live shows, a lot of times I sign books in the lobby after the show.
Yeah.
And people, line up and they're all very friendly and nice. But if I have like a little 65-year-old woman who comes up and whispers that she bakes.
Yeah.
The line is now going to be, it's like being stuck on the way to JFK. The line is like, they're like, what people are looking, what's going on up there? What's taking so long?
I have a bread
The two of us are like, so where do you get your flour?
Tom, I really enjoy following you on Instagram and living vicariously through you. And speaking of pizza, there was a story that you and Jerry Seinfeld told not that long ago about deep dish pizza and leaving Chicago. And I was wondering if you could share that because it's a really great story.
Yeah, that was Jerry's story about Jerry and I used to when he this is old news, but I opened for him for years, and he kind of plucked me out of the clubs, and that was like my biggest break was going on tour with Seinfeld when I was a young comic. and he was just getting back into it. And this is the first time he toured like this, where he had a private jet, and it was like, the top of the top. And we were like, what could be more fun than getting a pizza? We should get a pizza. So it's waiting for us on the jet. You come off the stage, the car takes you to the jet, you get on, we're flying home, and we have pizza. And we did it twice, and we're like, we're going to die of a heart attack before the tour is over. And he told a story about how he went on tour with Gaffigan recently. They did a bunch of shows together, and they did the same thing because they were leaving Chicago, and they were like, let's get a deep dish pizza and like garlic knots or something. And they're walking with the pizzas under their arm to the plane. And there was a guy next to them, an emergency vehicle, treating a guy who had just like had a heart attack.
Oh my God.
And they're holding the pizzas, and they're looking at the end result of it. And it didn't even faze them, like, we should not eat this. They're like, that's not us. we're having fun.
We're going to live forever. Yeah.
Wow. Tom, with the new special, and by the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Tom Papa. The new special is called Home Free. And you dive right into the empty nest thing at the top of the special. And your kids watch your specials and give you feedback on any of the material?
Yeah, they do watch them. I know that they watch them. I don't get feedback, though.
Okay.
Do you prefer that? Or I mean, listen, this is your livelihood. This pays for everything that they can acquire. But still, do you think is it better that you don't know?
It's funny. It's they both have a really good sense of humor, so they know what's what. They don't get insulted. Like my father, I have this joke in this special about my father stepped on a cookie and ate it.
Yeah.
And we call it the shoe cookie. My father, who's like this big tough dude in his 70s, is like, why'd you say that? My daughters are like, I'm talking about how happy I am that they've left, and they just laugh. They don't really analyze it. But it's funny, when they were little, like we went through a phase where they didn't notice at all.
Yeah.
Then they were more into SpongeBob than me, and then I realized they're starting to watch, because I used to have a joke about, I have two daughters. One of them's a mean girl.
Yeah, yeah.
And like we had an angel, and we're like, let's make another. And then the devil shows up.
Yeah.
And it was like a year after that had come out, and we're at like dinner, and my daughter we're all just talking, and we're like, well, you got to do this and you got to do that. And she's like, oh, do I? Or am I the mean girl? And like took a bite. And I'm like, oh shit. Oh man. She's watching. That happened to me early in my career with my grandmother. I had this beautiful grandmother. She was so great. And but she was, at the end of her life, she was like 90, and she was starting to lose it. And she was in a nursing home, and they're like, she doesn't really know what's going on anymore. And I was like, oh, I'm going to go see her, because it's nearing the end. And I had done a joke on the Tonight Show about her, about how her hair was starting to look. And I'm like, I went down to Florida, and I'm like, she doesn't even recognize people. And I walked in, and she recognized me immediately. And she's like, Tommy, my clown. She used to call me my clown. Tommy, my clown. I saw you on the Tonight Show. I don't look like Benjamin Franklin. I was like, oh no.
That's great.
She's lucid. She's lucid.
You snapped her out of it.
Could you imagine if that was her last words?
So what, in a way, that may be the key to treating dementia and Alzheimer's. You need to hire insult comics to bring them out of it. No, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Go roast them.
So when you set something like this amount of material, Tom, into the ether, I assume for a while now you've been working on, because in anticipation of this, you start working on newer stuff. What is the usual arc? Is it a couple of years before you get to where you want it? Because everything is so, you make it look so easy, but everything is clearly precise and well thought out. How long does it take you to get to the point of what we see on this current special?
Yeah, I don't really rush it. The rhythm seems to be about 18 months.
Wow.
2 years to when we'll record it. Okay. There's like these stages, and then for it to come out, it's about that's about it. Like there's some people that rush it and do like a year, but I don't think there's maybe 2 or 3 people that can even come close to that.
I mean,
I really don't want to rush it. I just want it to be ready when it's ready. But there is also that little nagging thing, like people are turning stuff out pretty quickly, so you don't want to disappear either.
Right.
But I think patience is pretty important. Like, and it goes in phases. You do the special, then you need to get an hour 10 ready for your next tour, and you technically can get there. But is that worthy to be shot?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's got to marinate and evolve, you know?
That makes complete sense.
Yeah. And I guess you get up every morning and write. You've had a pen in your hand this entire interview. And I want to compliment your Bic pen, because that might be my favorite mass manufactured type of pen.
Yeah, it's old school. I know.
Blue cap.
Yep.
My friends are trying to get me to go to the Uniball. And
do it.
That sounds like a Lance Armstrong product.
Speaking of writing, Tom, I read your last book. We're all in this together, so make some room. I loved it. Are you?
Thank you.
Are you keeping notes for another one down the road?
I am. I'm starting to write some more essays and see where it's going to go. I'm writing like 3 things at the same time, and I don't know which one's going to take the lead. And so I'm just. Yeah, I'm not sure where they're going.
Looking for a theme? Because I love your overarching theme that you usually have on a special or your books.
Yeah.
So you're looking for the right tone.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I'm like, what's this next one going to be about? You know, I've gone through my memoir kind of stuff. I've touched on a lot of different parts of, you know, the first one was everybody in your family. The next one was you're doing great. And it was kind of like, you know, just lowering everyone's expectations about what life is about. Right. You should be happy with where you're at right now, because you only have about 20 good years left. And then the last
you're
one,
merely being practical.
Yeah. And then the last one was more of like, you know, we're all at each other's throats in the media, but we're all in this together and we kind of help each other out. This one, and those themes kind of led the book. This time I don't really have a theme, but I'm starting to write stuff. So I haven't found it yet. I'm not really sure what the theme will be.
How about a future memoir, and you can comment on how you think your life is going to turn out and how that went.
Oh, that's pretty good. What do you mean, like pretend that I'm looking back like at the end of my days?
That you've already lived another 30 years and you're commenting back on that. It's a weird concept. Nobody's ever done it before.
Yeah, it's pretty good, though. Be like, you know, I'm not going to leave this to the historians or my dumb family to say what my life was.
Yeah, that's
I'm gonna get ahead of it.
Yeah, you want to see your full special. It has to be kind of funny, and we talk about this because you write articles, obviously you're for top magazines, and you know there's that aspect of it. But you obviously have your celebrity, but sometimes when you see your name next to something that's been written, or you get an extra like, oh, you get excited. Like, do you get that? And do you remember, does a moment come to mind where you're like, you got so excited because you saw your name pop up on a credit or something where you hadn't expected it to catch you that way?
Yeah, no, all the time. I get excited about I can't believe I'm able to do any of this. So yeah, like anytime I was like writing on a show, or like even when I was working on the B movie, to see my name on the B movie was like pretty cool. And the New Yorker, like to see that, like knowing all the great writers that had like throughout history had like fed stuff in there. I get excited by all of it. I can't believe anybody's interested in anything that I'm doing.
Well, it's great stuff. We love it. As Steve was saying, your best special yet. It's called Home Free. You can see this. It is available on Netflix now, so make sure that you do get in there and check this out as soon as you get a chance. We got to wrap up, brother, but it's great.
Can I just plug one date?
Sure.
The end of my tour is right in your neighborhood. I'm coming to Wilkes-Barre and York, Pennsylvania in December. Those are my final 2 for the year.
Excellent.
Right. Yeah, we're looking at December 5th in York and December 6th in Wilkes-Barre. So, yep, we'll put the word out, my man.
You guys are my favorite, and I can say that there's no BS, there's no blowing smoke. I love hanging with you guys every time.
You're the best. We love you, Tom. Thanks, brother. We'll talk to you soon. Tom Papa, everyone. See ya. All right. You're going to love it. It's great. He speaks directly to me. I love it.
And there's an edge, a little bit of an edge.
Definitely an edge, and I sent him our address, so hopefully we'll get that sourdough starter.
I'm going to try it. I'm going to take a crack at it. What the hell? We're going to take a break, come back. B-Files on the way. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
Doing comedy.
Yeah, you had little segments, but
yeah,
you know that's.
And then Will Smith discovers me, and I'm like, I'm so glad I did this. Then you move to LA, you get a TV show, and then
that's how it goes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for not knowing about life.
And now you understand like the weird science behind comedy. The efficiency of words and all that.
Oh yeah. I get blown away. I get blown away sometimes by. Just that, like those little coincidences in life that send you on a path, and then you go, God, what if I hadn't done that?
When I did stand-up, I learned, and I did it for about 10, 11 years, and I enjoyed it, but I knew it was actually radio that stepped in out of the blue and became a thing that I just loved because it allowed me to do comedy in a different way. But the refining and there's a joy in that with stand up and having things fail and having if you can have fun on stage regardless. Even if something's tanking and you're enjoying. Carson was an expert at having fun with tanking.
You got to be cool with the silence.
Right.
I went up one night in the store and I was just trying to write.
Yeah.
And I was bombing and then someone just goes. Talk about Anne Frank. in the audience. And then I go, I used to think Helen Keller and Anne Frank were the same person. Right. And it kills, right? Yeah. But I never knew. I didn't know that was funny. I thought I was an idiot. And then they laugh, and I was like, yeah, I found out the Anne Frank house, they're not. And everyone was like, what? I was like, yeah, you didn't. And I tell the story, and it's very simple. I thought they were like, you want to go to the Anne Frank house? I was like, yeah, we'll get a bag of weed and get high and we'll laugh. And they're like, laugh? I go, yeah, put a plunger in her toilet, chuck it up. And they're like, what? And they're like, I don't think you can go to her bathroom. And they're like, you can see the closet they kept her. And I was like, they kept her in a closet?
Oh, dude.
I swear to God. And they're like, yeah, the Nazis are looking for her. I go, the Nazis? You're telling me, I go, how many times did this chick roll snake eyes? Can't see, can't hear, can't talk, locked in the closet. Nazis are looking for her. And so I tell this on stage. I get off stage and Rogan's like, please tell me that's in your act. I go, no. I was like dead serious. I go, I'm being dead serious. And he goes, that is the funniest thing. He goes, are you being serious right now? I go, I'm being dead serious. He goes, when did you find out they're not the same person? I go, at the Anne Frank house. We're high as crap. I'm telling Helen Keller jokes. And I'm like, she had a dog, right? And they're like, what? I was like, to my friends, I'm like, oh, he ran away. And they're like, how do you know so much about Anne Frank? I was like, well, you would too if her name was. And this lady goes, are you telling Helen Keller jokes? And I'm like, oh my God. So then I take that story, I tell it on Comedy Central with Ari Shaffir on This Is Not Happening, and then all of a sudden you got a bit. But if you're not willing to fail or get the clap, so if you have the clap right, I think what we're saying is, if you're listening and you have a venereal disease, this might be the best day of your life.
Look at it as a plus.
Success is just around the corner.
Success is just around the corner.
The Sherry's Berries are of that ilk.
I just want to give them some more free advertising because they have this amazing salsa and guacamole dip.
I don't even want to talk about that. You just made a mess in my mouth. I know I just said
you
that.
just made a mess in my mouth. How am I going to explain it to my mother? I told you he would do that. He's a football player. Did he give you that line about the big game?
Damn it.
He made a mess in your mouth, didn't he?
Start the countdown clock for when that is isolated and repeated many times.
Working on
I know she is.
It's like goo. Goo. Did he leave goo in your mouth?
Oh, gross.
Go back to the strawberries. I want to talk about the strawberries.
Yeah, because now he messed it all up with salsa and guacamole.
Yeah,
I'm thinking
let's go back to
sweet and savory. The deep fried brownie is glorious.
But she's just saying chocolate covered things.
In general,
like trying to do it yourself.
It's hard because you have to know what's going to be the right consistency.
Kathy, you end up on Pinterest with nailed it.
Yeah. Exactly.
What is this case?
I just hit the button.
Oh, Jesus. You just made a mess in my mouth.
I'm going to need that over here.
I know you are.
I know you are.
That'll go next.
It was the day I would never forget.
I'll go next with the ball sacks are yummy. Right?
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. I can't do the stutter thing.
Well, you might be able to.
Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are ball sack. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball.
It's like Max
sacks are yummy. Do it slowly. And
Oh, okay.
Even sexier.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Oh, wait.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Okay.
Sounds a little Mandy-ish.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, dear Lord. What were we talking about?
Chocolate. Mess in my mouth.
No, it's
Hi, my name is Mandy, and you just made a mess in my mouth.
Hey, director Jennifer Lee hinted that Elsa may get a girlfriend in Frozen 2.
What?
Yeah, she said...
That's why it's called Frozen 2 Cold Cooter.
She said, where we're going with it, we have tons of conversations about it, and we're really conscientious about these things.
Listen, I can help warm that thing up.
She said
You let Cold Cooter go.
She said the sequel is expected in 2019.
I consider that a personal achievement that Kathy likes Cold Cooter.
The shocking part is that you didn't.
I was still laughing, and Preston just kept going. I'm like, nobody really
But
said
I mean,
anything
for
about
Kathy
that.
Romano to enjoy Cold Cooter, I think I'm just going to sit out the rest of the show.
It's inventive.
Kristen Bell and Idina Menzel have signed on to reprise the roles of Anna and Elsa in Frozen 2. So
They always say this stuff, but they never follow it. This is the Spider-Man where he's going to be gay.
Yeah.
But they
You
never
know
do it.
There's a show, I forget the name of it, but Jace is watching it, and one of the kids in the show has dads. And two dads, and
It's a Disney show, isn't it?
I can't remember. It's
Disney,
a cartoon.
yeah.
I can't remember.
Oh yeah,
Crazy Family or like Loud Family or something like that. And
we watched a show called My Two Dads.
Yeah.
but I was just
different.
surprised. He just watches it like he didn't. It was just normal. Like this one kid has two dads. This other kid has a mom and a dad, and it was just.
Mommy, did you hear Elsa's a lesbian?
Yeah, that'll be next.
It's just totally the other way. It has no sense of it. It's totally fine. Elsa's lesbian?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting.
It's on Nickelodeon.
The Loud House?
Yes, that's
There
it.
you
That's
go.
it.
Okay, yeah.
No kidding. I have.
We're gay
I've not
and
seen it.
loud.
And they're pretty. One of the dads is pretty feminine, and they one of the episodes, or at least the one that I watched, they go on a skiing trip, and the dads are very overprotective and nervous that the kids are going to get hurt. And
Wow,
yeah.
Interesting.
The voice of one of them is Wayne Brady, and then the voice of the other is Michael McDonald, the singer.
I'm in love with a dude. I turn around and he goes to town on me. It feels so good.
That's not what they do in the show.
Is it
in the
really?
Call it the
show.
Hershey Highway.
Are you sure it's the Michael McDonald?
Nope.
Okay.
I got distracted by the singing.
Sweet freedom. We're just two dudes and we're getting it on.
Penis by penis
by penis
by penis.
I'm working my way through. Obviously, we're approaching it with sensitivity.
Of course we are.
And compassion.
See,
I think it's cool.
We are a progressive show, obviously, not even remotely having fun.
Very different Michael McDonald.
that
Oh, it's the
sounds-
one from
I know that guy.
Mad TV. There was an actor, Steve, you'd recognize
He's
this guy.
excellent. He's very funny.
Yeah, he's a great actor, and
Okay.
he plays the other gay dad.
It's not the one from
the Doobies.
the Doobie
Brothers.
Brothers. Though I've dabbled occasionally, now and then, I like some dudes.
I like your Michael McDonald,
Thank you.
Steve.
I'm a fan of man junk, like it on my head. They call it what they call it? A Roman helmet.
Michael McDonald isn't singing this song.
Oh, God
This
damn
is
it.
Tom Johnston.
It's Tom Johnston. There you go. That's
Thank
it.
you very much.
That's Michael McDonald.
You don't know me, cause I'm your all the lyrics sound like the others.
So it's called what's it called, Loud House?
Well, that's
Yes,
Michael
yes.
McDonald, right? And this is Michael McDonald.
You might
or
be
are
right.
they both? Mick.
They're both McDonald.
Both Mick.
Oh,
McDonald. I don't know what animal you just said. I don't know what noise. I don't know what noise to make.
And the hair goes. He does the Michael McDonald see and say.
Okay, so Michael McDonald.
The Loud House.
The Loud House.
The Loud House.
Yeah, there you go.
And you were just singing "Oh McDonald" gives me a reason to play this.
That was me from 2 days ago. Okay, what else do we have here? Okay.
All right.
Jeff Franklin, the creator.
You don't get news like this anywhere else.
And showrunner for Fuller House and the creator of the original Full House has been fired from Warner Brothers.
Why?
What happened?
And
what happened to the talented man who created Full House?
I don't know why you're still here.
Don't even question.
I heard it was breakfast.
There was another time, and I got really pissed off at this one too. A buddy and I went into a bar that had pool tables, and we just wanted to shoot some pool. We weren't there exclusively to do it. It was, hey,
right.
Pool tables.
Let's do it.
Let's shoot a game of pool. So we go over to play pool. Nobody's playing at the table. And we go to play, and there's a couple sitting at the bar. They're like, no, table's ours. I'm like, there's nobody playing here.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, our quarters are on the table. I'm like, yeah, but you're not playing pool.
No. Quarters indicate next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So my buddy and I'm like, yeah, we want to play against each other. No, you got to play us.
No.
And see, so it was their ownership of the table because they currently were the winners of, and so I tried to tell the bartender this, and the bartender's like, no, they're right.
No,
I'm like,
you own the table if you stay at the table
and keep playing.
Yes, and then you can put the quarters out
Yeah.
to indicate who's going to challenge the winner.
But
But
apparently
maybe they were looking for somebody to play. They had their quarters
but
there.
they left.
I didn't want to play with them. I wanted to play with my buddy, and we weren't interested in playing.
You're not doing a tournament.
Because we just wanted to play a friendly game amongst ourselves, as opposed to these two a-holes, which of course they were great playing. They were great at pool, and they ended up beating us. But I was just like,
I don't want to play against you.
Does anybody understand the issue here? They weren't playing pool. They were sitting at the bar, which was empty, by the way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, what is this? This is what you do.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are a bunch of
This is
dicks.
what you do.
You should have done the thing that
this is your thing.
that the Joker does in The Dark Knight and break it in half. And
I know we're having tryouts.
I think I have a good idea.
Ask me how I got these scars. My wife was always sad. I just wanted her to smile.
There are times when I wish I didn't care about getting arrested. You know what I mean? Just snap the cue and
So
go.
the question you have to ask yourself is it worth letting me and my friend play pool?
You're right.
What about this?
Or do you want this cue rammed through your optic nerve?
Steve, that is going to be my go-to from now on. When I have that confrontation moment, I'm going to think about that and maybe pull a joke.
Sure, why not?
You know? Is it the scars?
Scars.
Are they bothering you?
Just wanted her to smile.
I love it. But some people did have to make a night of it on Friday. And one of the stories that we didn't get a chance to hear was from our intern Christy, because she was up at the Cardboard Classic with us and made a break for it on Friday after the Cardboard Classic. And we heard, now I've already heard the story, but I'll let her tell you.
I haven't, yeah.
That she ended up having to stay with a stranger, that a stranger took her in, is what I heard.
Right.
So I started asking her about it. I'm like, we should hear this story on the air. So, Christy, you left. Did you leave right after the sledding was done and try to head home?
Yeah, I left there was like 2 sleds to go, so we just headed out trying to get out of there. And
yeah, that's a good
what
call.
time?
Yeah.
What time would you say? Because when I left, I went up to the bar after and hung out for a little bit. I left around 1 o'clock. You had to leave around
It was
12:15.
12:15.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got back to the hotel, checked out, started my car,
Right.
went to the bathroom, all that stuff, and then so I started to leave, and right as I'm leaving, a fire truck must have like exploded or something.
Exploded?
Onto the road. It just tipped over. Someone's.
Speaking of camp out events, Pierre Robert is broadcasting live today.
Yes, he is.
So he will check in from the Xfinity location. I apologize. I don't have
I think it's Drescher.
In Drescher?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
apologize. On behalf of Chris Agon and the Philosopher of Evil and the Skull Sealer.
Of course.
But Pierre will be on location today. You should go see him.
Very cool.
While he is out doing the show, please go by and say hello to him. And of course, they'll be collecting for Camp Out for Hunger. It's what they're doing at the Xfinity stores as we speak. So you can go see that in person. All right.
Wait. What was the newest one?
The newest one.
Oh yes, please give us that one because this was gibberish we have yet to have heard from Pierre.
Where the hell is it?
There it is.
There it is.
One more. Here it is.
Boom, boom, agachaka.
Agachaka.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, aga, chaka.
Boom, boom, agachaka.
There it is. Coming to you live from Drescher today.
It's the best.
At the Xfinity.
He does a great gun impression. Pow, 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 pow. Kaboomba. Boom, boom, agachaka.
Someday we're going to have to string all of these along into one big, 2-minute mess.
A rock opera.
And make it just even more legendary than it is. All right, I've got some bizarre file stories. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Liberty Safes of New Jersey. You can get ready for the holidays with a new safe from Liberty Safes of New Jersey. And they're on Horizon Drive in Hamilton, on Route 73 in Mount Laurel. You can shop online at libertysafesnj.com. So this story's out of Tennessee, and a warning that you should never go around barricades. A woman died Saturday after she drove around the barricades on a closed section of Interstate 40 near the North Carolina-Tennessee line. The 62-year-old driver entered a section of road that had been closed to traffic because of storm damage from Hurricane Helene.
Oh, man.
Around 8 p.m. on Saturday evening, somehow the driver got turned around and began traveling in the opposite direction, and her vehicle fell through what authorities described as, quote, gaping holes in the highway, and she plunged into the Pigeon River Gorge. Multiple agencies responded to the scene and extricated the woman from her car. Emergency crews rappelled down the embankment to reach her. The car had settled about 100 feet from the roadway. And despite the rescue efforts, she later died from her injuries.
Of course, yeah. Wow. Horrible.
Took authorities about an hour just to get her out of the embankment. Part of the interstate was washed away by Helene floodwaters from the Pigeon River, and barricades are posted to prevent drivers from going into the closed and damaged lanes. In Russia, a prankster wanted to show teachers how deeply they'd followed into the government's propaganda machine. To do so, an activist trickster, Vladislav Bokan, was able to convince the teachers that it was in their best interest to wear tinfoil hats in the classroom to protect them and their students from radiation by NATO satellites. As part of the prank, the teachers were told that they were to take part in a large-scale patriotic event for which the tinfoil hats were a must to protect their minds from the transmission of Western ideas. After putting on the hats, the teachers reported feeling a purification of thoughts.
Nice.
A boost in spirits, a surge of patriotism, and a need to help the war effort against Ukraine. And you should see the pictures because they're hilarious. A Kansas man will spend the rest of his life in prison for shooting his cousin and burning her remains, all because he left her faithful Labradoodle Titan alive and well with her, and the dog had a microchip that led back to the victim and to the killer's arrest.
There you go.
This is the first time I've ever heard
microchip used
of an animal's microchip being used as evidence to catch someone.
Whoa. Wow.
So Derek Joseph Dingano learned his fate on Thursday in the death of Mandy Rose Reynolds. Dingano's sentence was marked by drama when the defendant yelled at the victim's brother and was escorted out, and then a fight broke out between members of the families. So the series of events leading to the murder started on the morning of April 4th, 2023, when authorities said surveillance video from a Walmart showed Dingano buying a large plastic storage container, a shovel, and a gas can.
Not too suspicious.
Walmart video also showed Dingano leaving the store in Reynolds' car and showed Reynolds' dog sticking his head out of the car's window. Dingano later killed the woman, burned her remains in the container, and left the dog at the scene of the crime. So the murder was uncovered on April 5th when police responded to a reported brush fire. And there, police found a body on fire, burned beyond recognition, but identified the remains through dental records as belonging to Reynolds. A white dog was also found nearby, barking frantically at police, refusing to leave the area and refusing to be corralled. The following morning, after the body had been removed, a resident found the dog sitting at the spot where the burning body had been found the previous night. That person notified animal control officers, who learned the dog, Titan, was microchipped and belonged to Reynolds. At Reynolds' apartment, police found that her belongings had been removed and that her Honda Accord was missing. The car was tracked down to Wichita, Kansas several days later, and they spotted the vehicle on April 8th and tried to pull it over, but got into a high-speed chase. It ended in a crash. The driver ran into a nearby grocery store. He was arrested, and police found a pistol in the driver's floorboard of the car. Turned out to be the one that was used in the killing.
So her dog avenged her death, basically.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I love that. Yep. All right. Bob is a koi fish that appears to have a human-like face, thanks to black markings on his head that resemble human eyes, a nose, and a mouth.
I'm not coy about being a fish.
Malcolm.
It's a little joke that I worked out.
Does look human.
You're trying out some material? Yeah. Okay. Malcolm Pawson, who bought Bob 3 years ago as a typical koi, with vibrant white and orange colors, noticed these unusual markings developed over time due to sunlight, diet, and water conditions in his garden and his garden pond in Leeds. He said, my friends and family love him. My daughter's friends always ask to come and see and feed him.
It looks creepy.
And they add that even passersby to stop and look when his gate is open. Yeah, it is weird looking. Bob has gained popularity in Malcolm's local community and on TikTok, where users comment on his eerie resemblance to a human face, calling him beautiful and creepy. Malcolm, who enjoys the attention that Bob brings, says that he's eager to expand the pond as the fish grow larger. He said Bob is very greedy, noting that his partner calls him a feeder for how often he treats Bob and the other fish.
You can blow it out your ass.
And that is where we will wrap things up in the Bizarre File for you this morning.
Boom, boom, gachaka.
All right, Bob. On that note, we will take a break. We will come back in just a moment, and we'll see if you've been paying attention. We got our lesson question on the way. We'll also get some news, trash, and all that good stuff. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Miles an hour down the road, and there was they weren't clear.
You don't exaggerate much, do you? It went from exploded to tipped over to 90 miles an hour.
No, someone did say it was 90 miles
It was,
an hour.
okay. Not even the most finely tuned vehicle could travel down that road at 90
Well, it was traveling at 9 miles an hour because it had exploded and it was flying forward, Preston.
Got it. Okay, so anyhow.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
So there was no getting down the road, essentially.
So there was an atomic bomb blast.
Yes.
So you're looking to get out on the road and get home. Where do you live, by the way, here?
I live in South Jersey.
South Jersey, okay.
Oh my God. And what road is this, by the way? Is this like, did you get out of?
I got out of the resort, and right in front of me, like I was the next car to go, a police officer started putting flares up and everything.
Casey, whatever that road is that goes to the resort.
940.
940. All right, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
So anyhow.
So they were redirecting traffic up this hill. It was like the steepest hill I'd ever seen in my life.
There are a lot of them there, yeah.
And trying to drive up, I make it maybe halfway up, and I start rolling backwards. And I don't know what to do. I've never driven in these conditions before. So I'm just sitting there. These people come up to me and said, we'll push you up the hill. We don't really know what we're doing, but we'll push you up the hill. So I'm like, all right, you know better than me. And then this woman comes out of like the thicket. And
she just comes walking out of the woods?
It appears to me that she was coming out. It appeared that she was coming out of the woods. She, I did learn that she had parked her car up there, and she lived on this really steep hill. It was like a development of houses, and she says, "Can I get into your car and I'll help you?" and she helps me, and she can't get my car up the hill. So
she gets behind the wheel.
She
Yes.
gets behind the wheel.
Because she's done this before. We
Yes.
assume because she lives next to this stinking hill.
Yes,
Okay.
so she knows what she's doing, but my car's an old person car, so we're not going to get up the hill. So she decides to reverse down the hill, and as she's doing that, I kind of, I'm really grateful for her, and I'm thankful that she helped me. But I kind of start to realize that she reeks of alcohol.
Oh boy.
So,
seriously?
Man.
Yeah. So I was like,
And it's noon.
all right, well, like the cardboard class is going on. Maybe she was like, there, and maybe she was not there.
But she was thirsty, right?
She was thirsty, and she goes, "Is this your coffee or mine?" And I said, "That's mine." And she just proceeded to drink it anyway.
She just picked up coffee and started drinking it.
Okay, I didn't know that this is where the story was going.
Okay.
Yes. So
At any point did she call you a dirty bird?
no, we
Dude,
didn't get
that's
there.
what I thought immediately. Misery. All right, go ahead.
Seriously.
Well, I need to jump.
What's your name, Annie?
Was this right near the lake by any chance?
It
Or,
might have been,
right near like Split Rock, there's another lodge.
yeah, it was right near the lodge.
Okay,
I was
so
about a minute walk from there.
I know this hill. Nick, this is the hill that you and I went down.
Yeah, that's where the fire truck
that
was.
we had to
Yeah.
traverse.
That it exploded earlier.
Down.
Yeah, going 90 miles an hour.
It was scary going down the hill, not even going up the hill. That's okay. So I know exactly.
but you
where this
potentially
is.
have you have someone who's potentially drunk sitting at the wheel of your car trying to help. But you're thankful
Drinking her
for it.
coffee.
I'm thankful
Drinking your
for
coffee,
her.
yeah.
Yes, and
At least she offered to help.
I let her have the coffee, obviously, and but she was helping me. I didn't know what else to do. And she gets my car down the hill.
You have any birth control?
And then we end up in a ditch on like the side because the sides of the hill are like divoted down.
Right. Yeah.
So we end up on the side of the hill. Someone pushes my car out, and I'm like, okay, I'm not driving anymore. I'm gonna end up in a ditch somewhere else alone. So she invites me back to her house.
Let me ask you this. Hang on real quick. Did it end up in the ditch with her behind the wheel?
It did.
Oh, my God. Okay. All right, go ahead.
That's when I was like, all right, she needs to get up.
Here,
out
let me
from
help
behind
you. I'm
the
going to
wheel.
run you into a ditch.
Yep.
So I go back to her house with her, and
So you guys had to walk there. You had to walk to her house. You had to go through the thicket again.
How far?
Okay.
She just lived at the top of the hill, so we were
Okay.
able to walk. It was like, less than a minute walk.
Okay.
And we get into her house, and, things start getting weird. She starts telling me her boyfriend doesn't believe her, that she couldn't leave to come see him. So she makes me call him and tell him that I had been lost and I needed help. So that's why she can't go see him.
Oh,
and there's all these snow conditions.
How old is she? About?
She had to have been maybe late 40s, 50s, something,
Yeah, an
not
adult
like a
grown
okay,
woman.
teenage
Yeah.
Grown woman.
Yeah,
My
like,
boyfriend. Do me a favor, sweetie.
so I'm like, all right, I'm thankful that she got me away from the hill, but I need to get away from her now. So I just leave my car at the base of the hill, and she walks me to Split Rock, and I just got a room at the lodge. But the lodge is about a mile away from where the restaurant and everything is. So I spent 30 hours with no food, no drink, nothing, and just alone in my room watching
Yeah, because
cops.
at the base, the story was, and we heard this on Monday, I guess, was, hey, somebody took Christy in. And
Yeah, that was awesome.
She got stuck, and they took her, and she ended up having to stay at somebody's house. We're like, well, that was really nice. It was nice of somebody, a local, a local to help out, and and it ended up being this.
You see, I've known for some time why I was chosen to save you. You and I were meant to be together forever. Now our time in this world must end.
And that was Christy's moment.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to be the mom for a second, but you should have never went with her, and you should have called one of us.
Well, see, the thing is, the Verizon towers went down, so I had no service.
From the explosion of the
fire truck.
Yeah.
So the only time I could get service was when I got into the hotel and I could use their Wi-Fi. So I had already had a room at that point, and I was like, well, what am I going to say? I'm stuck, and you're going to say, me too.
Yeah. All right.
No, but instead of going to, I guess you couldn't get in touch with us, but still.
What was the woman's house like? Was she into taxidermy?
No, it was.
I'm working on this owl.
It was old on the inside. I didn't really want to take a look.
Smell like mothballs?
No.
I was also thinking of Pulp Fiction. Where a spider caught a couple flies.
So here's
Just
the
a
thing.
moment of opportunity.
I have someone who lives in a box in the basement. I'd love you to meet him. Name is the Gimp.
When Nick and I were going down this hill, there was a car that was trying to go up the hill.
That lady was out of her car.
Could have been.
And it was a like a light colored, maybe like silver Toyota something or other.
Did that lady yell at you?
No,
She yelled at me.
Did she really?
About
Why?
what?
Yeah, well, because she didn't want me to go any further because of the fire. I'm not exaggerating. Because of the fire truck that was on its side down that hill, and she was warning me, but she was doing it in a shocking, sort of half-hinged kind of a manner. And I was like, all right, I
You
got
think it was the same woman?
I'm wondering.
Okay.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt?
I don't remember what she was wearing, but
I'm not talking about that.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt that said Archie Bunker for president?
That was on Nick. That was on Lake Drive or whatever. The hill I'm talking about that you were stuck on, I believe, was a state.
Yeah, that's what it was called, the States Drive or whatever.
Wow. So how long? So when you got into the house, how long were you in the house?
Maybe like an hour.
An hour?
You were there that long? Because I didn't know what
Want
to
to watch
do.
my stories with me?
What were you? Yeah, what were you guys talking about after you got off the phone with her boyfriend?
She kept asking me like really odd questions.
You'll never know the fear of losing someone like you if you're someone like me.
She really wanted to make me a meal. She wanted to take pictures with me.
Are you a good girl? Are you a good girl?
She just wanted to like document the moment that like she had saved someone.
This is sounding very similar to the Hawaii trip, Preston.
Somebody was texting in and asked if there were swords on the wall.
Yeah, it could have gone that way if she didn't leave.
I don't want to be forward, but I can see your dirty pillows.
Did you take?
You don't want boys touching your dirty pillows.
Did you take your jacket off and hat and gloves and stuff?
Yeah, because I was so like
well, you're lovely.
soaked from being outside, so I wanted to get on.
Do you wonder how I got the smile? I know you couldn't see it with my ski mask on. I have this permanent smile that I gave myself, you see.
And so you were there.
Could you call my boyfriend?
So you're there about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus Christ. You must have thought at some point, I'm going to die. I'm going to get murdered by this person.
Me and Nick just drove right past you.
You didn't know that probably at the same yes. They were. What time did you guys leave?
After her.
Yeah.
How long after her?
I left around 12:30, 12:45.
Did you go up that hill?
No, I didn't go that way.
Yeah, I went all the way around and then ended up finding where Casey was.
They ended up coming the opposite way, so they were going down the hill. She was going up the hill.
I was trying to get back to the turnpike on the south side of Dead Boulder.
I felt pretty bad because on my way back to Jack Frost, after I tried to get on the Northeast Extension, I came back and I'm coming through the entrance, and there was a white, I don't know if it was like a Suburban or something like that, that was in a ditch so far so that it was laying on its side.
I saw that.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it too.
I came upon it, Kathy, and Sayadala Kong Kong. No, I came upon it, Kathy. It must have been shortly after the windshield wipers were still going. They had flashers on.
wow.
And I couldn't stop. I wanted to help, but I'm like, if I stop, I'll get stuck too. Lincoln Park on 93.3 WMMR. Breaking Habit. It's 60 minutes after 10 o'clock. Preston Steve program. Wednesday morning. We're working our way through it. Secret text word. We'll get a winner here shortly. I forgot to do that in the last break. What? So what? Don't call yet because we got something else for you to call into. But that gives you a couple extra seconds. Text word secret to 39333 if you want to win the $50 gift card to Locust Lane Craft Brewery. So let's give something else away. We're going to do the lesson question pair of Flyers tickets for Dollar Dog Night, which is coming up on Monday, November 18th against the Avalanche. And very rarely do I do this. I asked you a question for something like 5 minutes ago.
Oh.
Bob, the koi fish, has a human-like face, but you shouldn't use which adjective to describe Bob. It was his joke. 215-263 WMMR. Bob the koi fish has a human-like face, but you shouldn't use which adjective to describe Bob. 215-263 WMMR. If you heard it, call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. Clogs, leaks, busted pipes. Trust the experts at Horizon Services to handle it all. Right now, you get $50 off any plumbing repair. Horizon Services booked today, and help is on the way. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Vanderpump Rules, Brittany Cartwright saying her husband, estranged husband, Jax Taylor, is only pretending that his recent stint in rehab was effective. Cartwright points to the fact that upon his discharge, Taylor opened up a cocaine store.
Whoa! Hey!
Jessica Simpson has fans wondering if she's divorcing husband Eric Johnson after a cryptic Instagram post. In a close-up video, Simpson is seen slowly dropping her jeans and then defecating on her wedding album.
Oh, my God.
Does that mean they're apart? I don't know. And finally, Tiger King nemesis Carol Baskin furious over LSU's use of a living tiger as part of a stunt during their game against Alabama. Baskin chastised the school, saying the only reason a tiger should ever be taken out of the wild is to dispose of a body. That's your hot.
All righty. We will see if you know the answer to this. Bob, the koi fish has human-like face, but you shouldn't use which adjective to describe Bob. We will go to our first caller, and it's Mario, who we're going to talk to. Mario, good morning.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Domo.
I want to lick your hiney.
Yes, I should.
That's what he's going for.
I should have gone for that.
All good, brother. All right, Mario, what is the adjective?
Koi.
It's koi, yes.
got
it. You got it, buddy. Hang on. Got yourself a pair of Flyers tickets for Dollar Dog Night. Monday, November 18th. Versus the Colorado Avalanche, and you can get your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Really? Yeah. Brought to you by Worldwide Stereo, rocking your holiday since 1979, and you can shop now and take advantage of up to 36 months, no interest financing, and grab Black Friday pricing on all Sony, Samsung, and LG 4K TVs. WorldwideStereo.com. I have a few things this morning. We're going to start with this. We now know which artists are vying to get inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. There are 13 nominees in the Performing Songwriters category and 13 nominees in the Songwriters category. 3 will be elected from each with a total of 6 inductees. A handful of the nominees, I don't have the full list here, but Bryan Adams, Sheryl Crow, Eminem, Janet Jackson, and Alanis Morissette are among the performing songwriters nominated. Among the songwriters, it says...
what the hell is going on here?
Steve Barry and P.F. Sloan, Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and Roger Nichols are among the performing songwriters.
Jerkins is a hell of a name to deal with.
It is. The 6 will be inducted will
ever heard of Jerkmate?
Celebrated on June 12th in New York City at the Songwriters Hall of Fame 2025 induction
We're
and
going
awards
to
gala.
sit the Jerkins next to the Gherkins.
So imagine taking in a portrait of Noel Gallagher, and now imagine doing it while a special ambient version of the Oasis hit Champagne Supernova plays at the National Portrait Gallery in London. Now imagine you do it for 6 hours. Gallagher has created a 6-hour-long version of the song from their 1995 album, What's the Story, Morning Glory, that will be used for the exhibit. It's part of the new Legends exhibit at the gallery, which includes 100 portraits taken by UK photographer Zoe Law. Some of the other celebrities featured include Kim Cattrall, Orlando Bloom, and Sienna Miller. So I don't know if it's an instrumental version of the song.
This kind of upsets me because to make room for this, they had to displace Yoko Ono's screaming exhibit.
Oh, for 6 hours?
Yeah.
I mean, I could listen to that all day. He's created a 6-hour-long version of the song. So I don't know if it says an ambient version of the hit. So I don't know what it means by ambient version, but... Her head eventually explodes. All right. Let's see. I have 2 more stories. All right, let's go with this one. No matter how hard they try, the Black Parade will never die. My Chemical Romance has announced a U.S. tour starting July 11th to celebrate their 2006 album, The Black Parade, and they'll play the album in its entirety at every stop. The band reunited last month at the When We Were Young festival, and they played through the album twice, actually. This is noteworthy because at a show in Mexico City in 2007, Gerard Way announced to the crowd that they were filming the concert because it would be, quote, the last performance of the Black Parade ever. But not true. There's a storyline reason for the return of the album, which is explained on social media. Tickets for the Long Live the Black Parade North American Stadium Tour go on sale 10 a.m. on Friday, and they will be playing Citizens Bank Park.
Wow.
August 15th. Yeah. The Citizens Bank Park.
That's pretty big.
Yeah.
Let's
but
see how that does.
Do the whole album, so it should be pretty cool. And then the last bit of music news that I have for you this morning is, according to a post on Lincoln Park Association, several venues in the U.S., Canada, and Europe all shared a graphic with a red background and an art style that looks a lot like the style on Linkin Park's upcoming From Zero album, including the same font. The post from the venues said that an official announcement will be made at 7 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. From Zero is set to release on Friday, so the timing matches up with that. So we'll see what that ends up being. And that is the last item I have in music news for you. All right, secret text word. We're a little late with this. We'll do it as we wrap up, but I need a number caller. Kathy, who's it going to be today?
Oh, caller number 10.
All right, caller number 10, 215-263-WMMR. 10! If you know the secret text word, then we want to hear from you. And as we are wrapping up, I do want to reiterate an announcement we made earlier this morning. We have announced the Preston Steve Christmas Miracle.
It's a Christmas miracle!
Yep.
Yeah!
Date and location. So it's the Miller Lite Ugly Sweater Edition, and it's presented by Phoenixville First. We will be back at the Phoenixville Colonial Theater. We did it last year, and we had so much fun. Broadcasting live, great prizes all morning. We're going to start giving away invites on air and online next week, which you can also win your way in at a Miller Lite party. And if you go to WMMR.com, we have a list of the pre-parties and more information. And seat winners will be eligible to be called up to compete for big prizes. And everyone in attendance will be part of an audience prize drawing as well. So just a heads up on that. That is going to be on Thursday, December 19th. And we'll start the giveaways next week. All right, we'll take a quick break. Come back in a second. Letter of the day, word of the week prize, and we're checking in with Pierre, broadcasting live today. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Make the problem worse. So I just
See you later!
Good luck! I felt so bad, but I thought that I would.
That's when the wood split. Oh, she's got it. Yeah.
I thought that it would compact the problem if I stopped, and then the next day when we checked out and left, it was still sitting there.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I wouldn't have been able to done anything anyway.
That thing was fully on its side. What could you
Was
have
there
done?
anybody in it? Because when I passed it,
I don't know.
There were people helping someone out of it. So
Yeah.
there was like I guess Jack Frost Security or somebody was assisting.
There had to have been somebody still. Wait, did you go back to the resort?
No.
No, this was on the way to the resort.
Oh, because there
This
was
is
another
across the highway.
There was another
Okay.
vehicle, a similar vehicle on its side, exactly as you're describing.
Okay, but the wipers were still on, the lights were, the flashes were on, so it was still running. So people were probably inside of it.
When you were going through the wallet, yeah.
I just. I had to make a decision.
Some money, credit cards.
Quickly, and I decided to keep going.
Nice.
Yeah.
New app, new iPhone.
Wow. Well, that's interesting. It's. I'm glad you got out of there, though, Christy.
Me too.
I could see you. Yeah.
It sounded pretty bizarre.
You're a good girl.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Don't do that ever again.
Yeah.
Did you get her number at least?
I did, yeah. She wanted me to text her when I got home, but I didn't because I was afraid she was
call her?
Hi, Christy. It's me from the mountain. Remember me?
Her name was Mary, by the way.
Mary's
Yeah.
my name.
I wonder if she remembers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, she documented pictures and everything.
No, we did not take pictures. I refused.
Really? So what, was she looking for a selfie, or was she going to pose you?
Well, she wanted to take a selfie outside, but I had already taken my shoes off at that point. I was like, oh, it's too much to put my shoes back on. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. That's how you come.
Oh, that's the way it's going to be.
Well, all right. Well, cool. Are you gonna, now? You said you're not used to driving in the snow. You know what's funny is the thing you said to me this morning. You go, "I'm from New Jersey. I don't know how to drive in the snow." I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about? It snows all the time here in the winter."
Well, I just meant
How
like
old are you?
Up at 23.
Okay.
I just meant like up in mountain snow. I could drive in New Jersey snow.
New Jersey snow, not mountain snow. Okay. Because New Jersey snow has jug handles and mountain snow doesn't.
Exactly. Yeah, it's much easier.
All right, thank you, intern Christy, with her story of survival in the Poconos on Friday during a nor'easter.
You know her experience as psycho.
Yeah, exactly. In yet another case of medical negligence, in India, the severed leg of a victim was allegedly used at Maharani Medical College as a pillow to prop up the man.
What? This is just amazing what's going on here. When you're traveling, you have your junk in a tuna can, and now human limbs are being used as pillows.
The victim claimed...
I sort of missed the iguana story.
That hospital staff used his amputated leg under his head as a pillow.
Does that feel better?
After the case came to light...
thank you.
The college principal assured strict action against those found guilty. She said he was given immediate medical aid. The doctor looked for something to raise his head.
First I created my pillow. Now my leg. A revolution in sleeping. You're going to love it.
For the best sleep in the whole wide world, visit myleg.com.
That was pretty damn good, guys.
Thank you.
You're going to love it. The leg contours to your head.
So the doctor looked for something to raise his head.
There was nothing around like a new
shirt
something?
you could wad up or something.
A shirt?
Okay, so Preston had thrown out the stat in the last 4 seasons. Villanova's won more games than any other program in America with 129 wins. And you're... Go ahead.
Only one camp out for Cahunger shootout.
There we go. That stat is missing from the page.
Still gnawing at me.
There's always next year, man. There's always next year.
I got to tell you, impressive. Perhaps you can clarify this. There's another stat on this page we have here. Apparently, Coach, you're the most well-endowed head coach for 16 seasons standing.
No.
Am I reading that correctly?
No. He's been Villanova's William J. Finneran endowed head coach.
You skipped a few words.
Different. I'm sorry. Very different. I misread that. I apologize.
I mean, he's everything. He's probably that too.
I guess those extra words make a difference.
You are officially out of your mind.
It's William Finneran, not well.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misread that.
Endowed.
That is, you know what? There's a number of prestigious programs that have endowed coaching positions, and I've never heard that.
You can teach typing, and that's fine, but you're I think you're going to default to whatever you're most comfortable with anyway. You know, like
the Hunt and Peck thing.
Yeah,
I was taught, and I still do it.
I know, but like Jim Antes, for instance, have you ever seen him type?
Is that a Hunt and Peck guy?
He is our general sales manager, and he uses his whole left hand and then his right index finger, and that's how he types.
All right,
and that's what works for him.
That just use the 2 index fingers and
fast. Yeah.
It's hilarious to watch. Marissa?
All right, going back to cleaning out the keyboards, I actually find it very soothing, kind of like getting a nice piece of earwax out. Have you ever turned over your keyboard and dumped out all the dirt that's in it?
No.
Can we do it to your keyboard that's right here?
Yeah. Go. I don't think. That keyboard. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Tons. This is an old.
Oh my God.
Gross.
It's a Microsoft keyboard here.
It's going to be bad.
Really?
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, there's a fingernail fell out.
You little slimy bastard.
A fingernail fell out.
That's disgusting.
Burn it.
Oh my God, Preston. That's a pubic hair.
Oh my God.
That's great.
I don't want to hit any of the keys here.
Marissa ran away from the microphone.
So, attorney Marty Singer has filed court papers demanding that FX provide him with all 10 episodes of Trust, a forthcoming series about J. Paul Getty III's 1973 kidnapping.
I'm back,
You're gonna
bitches.
have. I'm sorry.
I'm back, bitches.
Marty Singer.
Marty Singer's back and into his A. And the show Trust about the Getty family, is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
They believe it's felonious, ridiculous, and absurd.
Okay.
And the family plans to vigorously fight the allegations and accusations made by this ridiculous series starring Donald Sutherland.
Donald Sutherland's in it?
Yes, Donald Sutherland plays John Paul Getty Sr.
Okay. Could you please bring me up to speed? I don't know the story. I may or may have forgotten about the
There was a kidnapping, right?
Yeah.
And there were always allegations that the son or grandson arranged his own kidnapping.
So it was a
Right. To what I remember, and I'm going to have to say I'm maybe
so the
one notch
grandson-
closer to what than you are.
So there was
a kidnapping, a ransom,
and the grandson's trying to get it himself.
And the family's stance on it was they never pay ransom.
So Marty Singer, yes, has filed court papers demanding that they provide him. Marty has to see all 10 episodes of Trust.
I filed those mother effers.
And
I said kabooyah.
In court papers, Singer claims the show defames Getty family members and hints at a possible lawsuit.
It defames, it defrauds, and it's not delightful.
Is it delovely?
It's not even delovely.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Marty is representing Getty's sister.
Betty Getty.
No.
Betty Getty?
Yes, I'm Betty Getty's lawyer.
No. Ariadne?
Go with Betty.
Okay.
It rolls off the tongue better.
It does.
In court, it's going to be more impressive.
It's Ariadne, I guess.
Ariadne. It's not even a name. It's a rash you get on your balls.
That's not even a word. Ariadne.
Those aren't even letters.
Ariadne, those are not.
I bet you it's like Adrian or something. And
it's a typo?
Yeah.
And they misspelled it? Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I submit to the court that it's a typo.
The court papers filed to Trust exec producers Danny Boyle and Simon Beaufoy.
Oh, they're the producers of the series, the miniseries.
Yes, that we hate.
Yes.
The claims that Getty's kidnapping resulted in 9 arrests and 2 convictions, but that Trust outlandishly makes it appear as if members of the Getty family were actually complicit in the kidnapping and that the crime had been faked in an attempt to dupe grandfather and billionaire J. Paul Getty out of millions of dollars for the benefit. So,
but it was not as if there was not that rumor floating around.
Right.
They're just taking that angle. But I can see where the family would be upset.
Yeah, and by the way, Bon Jovi on 93.3 WMMR. Preston and Steve show.
Boom, boom, chaka.
Thank you. All right, 10:35. As we're getting ready to wrap up, I was going to lead into saying something about that, but it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I would like to take a moment real quick to thank our guests who are on the show today. We had Jeff Walton.
Boom, boom, chaka.
The Fill-A-Trunk event for Camp Out for Hunger. It is coming up on Sunday. We have all the details at WMMR.com, but it is bigger and better than ever. And starts, the doors open at like 7:30, but it goes on to like 12:30, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And they're asking for your donations. If you want to register, you can go through the Fill-A-Trunk website. Just go to PrestonandSteve.com or WMMR.com. All the info is there. But we're looking forward to a good weather day.
And that
should be
plays
really
into
cool.
it.
Yeah, it does play into it big time.
He mentioned a lot of people who are car collectors don't want to go out in inclement weather. You will not have to worry about it. It's going to be perfect conditions for Sunday.
Yep, and also thank you to Lou Diamond Phillips.
Hey!
He was on the show earlier, and he had a thing that we talked about.
Yeah.
And
Get fast.
And thank you. It's not on my info sheet.
My bad.
Get Fast on digital Friday, by the way. And then we had the great Tom Papa on the program. His Netflix special is available now. It's called Home Free. It is hilarious, and you will love it. All right, we need a secret text word winner real quick. We were looking for caller number 10, and it's Susan that we're going to go to. Hi there, Susan.
Hi, how are you?
We're great, Susan. Do you know the secret text word?
Yep, it's hops.
Hops, yes. Hang on a second. Haven't heard this in a while. And she just won a $50 gift card to Locust Lane Craft Brewery. And it's this week's big friggin' deal. By the way, you can get a $50 gift card to Locust Lane Craft Brewery in Malvern for just $25. Enjoy delicious food, expertly brewed beers, and you can unwind with friends at Locust Lane. The exclusive offers available while supplies last at WMMR.com/deals. We're also going to give a gift card to Steven Spivak of Collegeville because he was the random texter. So congratulations to you, Mr. Spivak.
Boomba Chaka.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go to the original Boomba Chaka. Pierre Robert is on location at an Xfinity store near you. Which one are you at, Pierre?
We are at Drescher. We're at Drescher right off of Welsh Road, I believe it is. And it's a great location. Nice folks. It's bright and shiny inside here. And it's perky as well.
Perky? You don't usually get that.
Well, you have to usually go to Perky Omenville to get Perky.
Good point.
But as fate would have it, it's Perky right here in Drescher at the Xfinity store. Comcast was the second prize winner for the Camp Out for Hunger last year, so it's appropriate that we're doing it now as we're approaching this year's Camp Out. And I believe it's the same deal this year. The second prize winner gets the booby prize, which is me. No, but we couldn't be happier and more thankful to Comcast. They've won the last couple of years, and so it's always been fun to go out to different stores and broadcast for them.
And Pierre, unlike when we've done our live broadcast at Subaru, that's a closed event. That is just for the employees. This is anybody and everybody can come out and visit you, right?
Yeah, it's a really cool little complex. It's one of these kind of residential, there are all these neat little apartment complexes in here and restaurants, and there's a Starbucks right around the corner, which is perfect, and there's all kinds of lovely details. So it's a nice little, I don't know what you call these kind of complexes. They're relatively new in the last year.
Like a village. I love the concept. So basically, you can walk out and get everything you need, and so you've got the Xfinity store right there, right next to your home. And I love those places because it's like all the tech. I'm a kid in a candy store.
Well, that's why they want me to work here. In fact, they offered me a job, and I'm starting tomorrow afternoon when I get off of my regular job. I'm going to come out here and describe the difference between iPhones and tetrahydroline, and that's the newest one that's coming down.
Tetrahydroline,
yeah, it's the new Tetra, and it's made by an unknown company as of yet, but it's the Tetra everybody's talking about. Oh my God, it's so hot.
Tetrahydroline these days,
well, we're all tetrahydroline, but Tetra could be the next big Apple-y thing.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah,
We'll
so
look for
that's
that.
why they want me.
Yeah, so go get a jump on this and go see Pierre today.
Chicago.
By the way,
boom, boom, chaka.
where did that's recent, isn't it?
Yeah, it was like just a couple days ago.
Yeah.
I think maybe you should have a Pierre sound effect day at some point in the future.
We were talking about stringing every bit of audio like that together.
Yeah,
that would be frightening.
One beautiful creation. So we'll work on that. We'll get to that. All right, we need to get a letter, and I believe you are prepared with one, right?
Yes, indeed.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
A as in arsenic.
Arsenic. All right. We're
gloomy.
Going to give away a...
Well, let's go with astounding.
Astounding. Better than a lethal poison.
Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia prize pack, including an overnight stay at the hotel, $150 dining credit, and a pair of tickets to see Jay Farrow, who's performing at the Live Event Center on Friday, March 14th. You can visit livecasinophilly.com for tickets and information. And also to get in on the $50,000 Live Pack'em Football Challenge. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. So, what do you plan to do today, man?
Well, I'm going to do a floor show in about an hour. We've got the Dancing Girls from Vegas. They just are arriving in the tour bus now, and they will be here. And also, Led Zeppelin is getting back together here.
Wow.
So that should be about noon to 3 to 4 to 7 sometime. But in addition to those fabulous features, we will have workforce blocks of Jack White and Eric Clapton, and we have another theme block today, a giving theme block, which has been requested, so that'll be fun.
Okay.
And the dancers, are they the Kachakettes?
Oh, yeah, they are the Chicakettes, and it's not easy to say that either. So please welcome the Chicakettes.
Boom, boom, chaka.
Yes, that's me. That's me. Where did I come from? I don't know. But I'm going to plant and find out.
All right. Plant, sir. I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles. Also brought to you by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan tomorrow on our program. Oh, Corey Glover is joining us.
Very nice.
Via Zoom. So we'll chat with him and lots of other things to do on a Thursday morning together, I'm sure. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow. it.